Hello, hello. Let's see if this is working. Yep, that's working.
Big data centers.
All right. Big data centers. Hey guys. We got some work to do today, mainly localization work, which is real fun, isn't it? English localization though, so we're just writing like tooltips and stuff and tutorial text, so that'll be nice. Yeah. I'm curious what you guys think about doing a tooltip like this. I feel like I could definitely make the width of the text longer. Hold on. What we could do is... How much longer do we want the text? Probably fit in pour in hand. Pour in. For hand-to-hand combat. Let's see here. Prussian. Decent reload. Yeah. That can go out to there. Honestly, it could look like this. And let's go try that. Let's go build localization and see what that looks like. But yeah, we're just writing tooltips right now. And I'm curious what you guys think of the formatting of it. Because it can look like this, I think. And I think this gives you some good information. It could just say poor melee, but melee is a skill and charge is a skill. And they have bad melee and charge. I suppose hand-to-hand might be a bit weird to say, though, because that's not a measurable skill. So I could just say, instead of hand-to-hand, it could be melee and charge. I feel like that's probably a better way to put it, right? So we could say, but poor melee and charge. Should we, like, highlight excellent morale, or just put morale in green and reload in green? I feel like that's kind of easy because you can see the key terms as well, right? So for example, decent wouldn't be green, it would just be reload. So we're putting brackets around it, and that'll color code the text. So it has green reload, and then red melee and red charge, maybe. And this won't be done like a science. I'm just kind of like feeling out the units and just writing like thoughts about them to just help guide a new player. That's kind of the idea. There. This one's kind of an awkward fit like this, but I think that's okay. I could probably get away with doing that and therefore doing that. I feel like I could get away with this. So I'm going to rebuild localization again with that new change there, and we'll see. But yeah, you guys have been playing the demo. It's cool. Let me check on something. We're making some new flag patterns and new flag emblems as well, which is pretty neat. So I'm going to open up that as well. And sorry, I don't want to show it too much on stream right now because I don't know how secure my link is. Yeah, that's good. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, this is one of the new patterns we're adding for France, I think. So we got some new ideas there, which are pretty cool. Lots of new like flag patterns to play with. And we added some more emblems as well, which is cool. How do you use the special units after unlocking them? They'll be given to you through the side objectives, but eventually, maybe post-release, we're going to add them to the recruitable barracks areas, so you could just find them at towns and recruit them that way. We just don't have the time to do that because there's edge cases, which include like, well, what happens if you already have that renowned unit? Now the barracks has to know that and then remove it. And then what happens if you're already going for that renowned unit as your side objective? How do you despawn that from the barracks? I mean, you can do all those things, but it's just lots of those little edge cases build up. And I don't want cases where somebody's got 4 Totenkopf Hussars. So that's why they're a little hard to find right now. But over time, we're going to make them more accessible because that's 50 units. There's 50 renowned units, and they really are highly underutilized in the game right now, which is kind of a shame. So eventually, we'll put them in more. Okay, and then I'm checking tooltips. Okay, so look at this now. Skill kind of pushes the whole thing a little bit, which I don't like. But yeah, how do you guys feel about this on the unit? First, take the replenishment rate and put that at the top, like that. And then take the info and put it underneath like that. I think that works nicely because it's like Cantonist fast replenishment. Cool, I have my info. And then this, you get kind of like the identification and description. And then it tells you good reload, melee charge. So you kind of know, oh, don't charge in melee with these guys, but just fire. I think that's good, right? And I think it's okay if I feel these out because there's like 200 units in the game and I can't like compare every stat. So yeah, I think we're better off. Do you guys like the replenishment thing at the bottom or at the top? I think I prefer it at the top. So that's the top example. And then the bottom example would be there. I think top. Yeah, top looks better to me. Bottom looks weird that it's just sticking out like that. So we'll go top. And then what else did I want to talk about? Oh, also for the weapons, look. You can now hover over weapon. It says ++ reload. So you're like, oh, pots, if I get a Potsdam, that's a good reload weapon. And then you can check the other weapons too and be like, oh, what's a Charleville good? Okay, good at range and accuracy, but bad in reload melee. Cool. Land pattern, got accuracy melee, bad at range and charge. Cool. Oh, Jaeger rifle, ++ on range and accuracy, but -- on reload. There's actually a mistake there. By the way, it says reload. So let me fix that. How did I miss that? Now, how did I miss that? Let me go in and go to the Jaeger rifle. Did I put Jagger? Yeah, Jagger rifle. All right. Where is it? Where is our Jaeger? There it is. And let's check our items. And let's see what the actual deficiencies are, what this is meant to say. It's meant to say that its reload is horrendous. -, that's correct. And then it's bad at just melee and charge. So we can actually just remove the reload and now there. That is correct. Does the brigade officer always fight in the top left of each unit? Yes, that's correct. Yep, so he's always attached there. I'm glad you guys are liking the demo, though. It went way better than I thought it would. And if you guys want to see, like, look at the wish lists there. It's like a vertical climb in wish lists. I thought for a while when we were down here that we would end up launching with like 40k wish lists, and I was hoping to get 50k for launch. And then it jumped up when I showed gameplay, and then it's spiraling out of control now with the demo, so people are loving it. And it's kind of cool because the graphics are pretty basic in this game. So it's cool that you guys appreciated that the gameplay is good and you're not held off, or I had a lot of early comments teasing me saying it's a mobile game. But it seems like people don't really care and that they're just enjoying the game, and that's really cool to see. Imagine if we had an actual budget and a big team, we could probably make good graphics and the good gameplay. So that would be nice. Not to hate on the artist. I love the art style. I think the artist did such a good job. I love it. But I know some people want their realism, so that's all I'm commenting on in that regard. Just want to say how much I love the demo. You guys made one of the most fun strategy games I've seen in a while. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. The support's been awesome. It's been so cool. So I'm really happy with that. And I'm so excited for you guys to play with the other army compositions. It's kind of funny because the whole game is spread, you know, between it's spread between like 15 different army compositions, right? So you have all these different armies you guys can play as. You can filter in into tons of different armies. There's 15 to play as. And then you have 3 acts to play in. So you have Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. So you can filter into so many experiences. And then maybe you lose there. Maybe you lose on Act 1. Maybe you get to Act 3. There's so many replays you can do. Plus, you have all of the modifiers. The funny thing is with the demo, everyone is locked into one lane, which is just Prussia, and then one box, which is just Act 1. So look how much more you guys are missing that I'm so excited to share with you. Yeah, I'm at 30 hours with 3 finished campaigns, and I have to tell you, it's basically a childhood dream. Yeah, dude, can I tell you guys, if I tell you a secret, you're going to leak it. Okay, here's what I'll do. I do want to tell you a secret, because I know you're going to leak this shit, even if I tell you not to. But I won't show you, because you will leak it. The customization, I'm just going to say this. The customization has been, like, brought up to level 10 of intensity of customization. Like, everything you guys have done with the customizing is, like, you won't even believe. Now, I'll clarify something. The flags aren't getting much better. We are adding new emblems and new colors and new patterns. That part I can tell you. So that's pretty cool. But when I say the uniform, specifically with the colors, okay, I'm going to stop there. But you can go to town. You can make some cool shit. I've made some really cool shit. Well, the one thing I have revealed that I'm willing to tell you about is the jacket colors are recolorable. So you can make like full Spanish musketeers and stuff. But I don't want to say much more than that. But there's even more than this. It's pretty damn cool. I think you guys are gonna. I was nerding out to like making some units, and I don't even know. It's so cool. I was spending so long on it, but I will not show anymore. That's all. I gotta shut up now. Anyways, yeah. I love how you have the Alta Dessauer as your first divisional commander. I'm from Dessau. Oh, that's awesome, man. That's really cool. Yeah, Moritz von Anhalt Dessau, and you can also find another famous Prussian commander, Mr. von Schwerin, Christoph von Schwerin, or Schwerin auf Deutsch. And you can also find Friedrich Wilhelm von Kleist for the Freikorps Volunteers. And yeah, it would have been cool to give Prussia maybe a second division slot, but they're so good that I like that they have to build up from scratch. Everybody else gets kind of a freebie with the second division slot, you can see there. But I do like that Prussia's unique, and they've got to really build up from scratch. So, but yeah, the armies are really cool, and I've been improving them. Also for Britain, something I recently switched is they now start with a golden spontoon with a 20% experience gain. So if you stack that with the double veterancy drilling, you can get these guys leveled up so much quicker. So I really like that you can play into that. And then I upgraded their land pattern, so they have a really good carbine to give to their cavalry, which is much, much better. And the Hanoverians have had their buff completely changed. And so they now have a really cool buff and a new picture called Casualties Restored After Battle plus 20%. So if a unit takes losses, it instantly just gives you those men back. It doesn't go into your reserve pool. It just actually negates the losses suffered. And then what's cool is I started the player off with a surgeon, 35% should be it's a rounding error, but it should be 35% casualties restored. Stack that with the casualties restored plus 20%, half your losses immediately get replenished, which is so cool. But your stamina is horrendous, so your guys are gonna be tired as hell. Which the kind of historical background is that Hanover got their ass beaten early in the war and left. They left the war, but then immediately recovered and just came right back in. So the idea is they got tired a little quickly, but they can recover quick. So it's kind of like it is like a zombie army. That's really funny, Hiltbrand. Yeah, this is like the restore your losses, but you're just slow and tired. Yeah, this is like the zombie army. I love that example. With the new customization, let me just say, you could make these guys look kind of like zombies. You can't change the skin tone, but you could make a theme around that. So I think that is pretty cool. I also buffed the Grenzer infantry range, so you can just fire so far with the light infantry, which is really fun. I'm just trying to make every army feel really fun to play with. I like these guys as well. The Light Corps, I know a lot of you guys have been exploiting in the demo to make the HQ chase you forever. You start off with this with 25% speed to begin the campaign with. So imagine getting the Doctrine to get another like 20% speed, and now you're just flying around the map, outrunning everything. So that sounds really cool too. And you can spot things at 25% distance. Anyways, let's get back to work. The Hanoverian zombie army, yeah. It's quite, I think that makes it quite fun. Like, I never really wanted to play as them before, but I think that they'll be a lot more fun. Is Seedlitz a commander? I don't think so. I don't think I had room for him. But yeah, let's go over to my units, and let's just start writing descriptions. And you guys could give me suggestions, because you've been playing the Prussian composition so much that you guys could probably give me suggestions if you want to. But yeah, for the Cantonists, let me just check the... Yeah, skill should probably go down. So skill's going to go down a bit. And then combat has to go down. So unfortunately, it has to look kind of weird with the 3 lines, but yeah. Many of the Little Wars TV patrons absolutely adore the demo. That's awesome, man. I'm so happy that people like it. That it is really, really cool. I'm very happy about that. It seems like people are just having fun. Will you release some wallpapers? I was thinking of doing a supporter pack for $5 that just includes like an art book, maybe some wallpapers, and some music. Rice gum, I do have the price adjusted pretty heavily for India and China already. Reduce the cost of recruits. David, I'm going to do balancing work probably off stream, because I did a huge survey, and I've got to look into what all the responses are like, and really, I think the Prussian Fusilier sitting at level 2 are turning players off. Maybe add a veteran Fusilier to at least bump them up a level. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Tom. But a lot of the balancing stuff I don't want to do right now. That is such intensive work. That's such intensive work that I need to just turn everything else off and really just look into that. And I can't do that on stream. Show as little as possible. Show just keywords. Yeah, do you guys prefer the Cantonist to look... Here, I'll make 2 options. We could do, like, plus reload, and then mine is melee charge. Do you prefer that instead? I will rebuild the data one more time, and we can decide on a format that we like, and then I'll go ahead. Yeah, I like the British Hanoverian units because they're a way to have a more traditional musketeer type guys with the full size. Yeah, that's true. I did all the surveys, and it seems like people are trying to balance out all the challenge. Yeah, I am not going to... let me just say this. With that survey, the reason I need to do that by myself is I can't listen to half the responses, because a lot of the responses require a lot of context. Like, when someone says that the artillery is underpowered, that doesn't mean make all the artillery better. It means the player artillery experience doesn't feel good, but the AI's artillery is overpowered. So that's a more complicated problem to solve. Also, when someone says the recruits cost too much, that doesn't mean make the recruits cheaper. That might mean give the player more access to more money by increasing the plunder amount. Like, here's an exact thing we changed, by the way, while this is building. Me and Tom put our heads together, and the idea we came up with is when you hunt and kill soldiers that are retreating, we're going to change it so that actually reduces the prisoner reward, the money you get, and the plunder, and the prisoner exchange that you can do at the end of a battle, because they're dead, right? So the more guys you leave alive, the more money you get. So now the money's going to be dependent on the guys you leave alive. So if you can win with little losses, you're just going to have captured everybody who's left. Now, at the same time, I do like being able to hunt down and kill enemies who are retreating, right? We don't want to discourage that too much. So the other change, or the other thing we're keeping, is when you do kill an enemy, you retain the experience. So if you murder a lot of enemy soldiers, you can really go for experience, but you're hurting the income you're going to get. Because if you kill them, you get less money because you can't exchange them, right? So you now get to strategically decide, do I hunt down prisoners and get crazy XP because my guys are bloodthirsty, they're learning how to kill, basically, or do I leave them alive but win the battle, and they're now all my captured men who I can turn into cash or resources. So you get to kind of decide how you want to play that, and I think that is quite cool. Or you could kill as many as you want, as you can, and then exchange whoever's left over and really double down into the XP. So now there's like strategy into ending the battle, whereas in the current version you guys are playing, it's meta to like leave one unit alive and kill as many guys as you can, which I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. But yeah, I don't want to get too far into balancing because I got a lot of work to do, and I'm going to work over the weekend on that, and I have to put my head down and just really look into it and not do a stream where we're all chatting, because this is less intense work. I'm just writing descriptions, but rebalancing the game before launch is a really, really difficult thing, and I have to be very careful. So it's just not something I'm going to talk about too much right now. Dragoons are fun in this game. They're going to be even more fun. We're changing it so they can fire while on the move. This way the AI uses them too. So if they're charging, they'll shoot real quick and then pull out their sword automatically. That you don't even have to micro. Like right now, you've got to tell them to shoot, hope you get the shot off, switch to melee, then order the charge. But we're going to make that all seamless, which is really cool. Okay, so let's look at the Cantonist. Which of these do you prefer? I think I know my answer. This one's probably better, right? Than doing the description. It's probably better to do that with this and that and that. And this probably is a lot easier to read, right? Like this. I'll just make the plus and the minus also red and green. Okay. Yeah, that's the way to go. So I think the Cantonists, their one good thing is that they are, they have decent reload compared to other units. By the way, here's my next question. Should this be relative? Because relative, the Cantonists are better recruits than all the other recruits. But if I put in that they have good morale, a player might think they're going to beat a musketeer, which is not true. So should it just be literal? I assume it should be literal, that every recruit should just say poor morale. Like morale, melee, charge. That's their deficiencies. And then what they're good at is reload. Yeah, what do you guys think? Should it be relative or literal? I would imagine literal makes more sense. Are you adding these descriptions to every... Yeah, every unit. I'm going to give one. So excited. I've put an unhealthy amount of hours in the demo. It's funny you say that, Lego. I checked on Steam, and Steam even wrote, you have an unusually high retention on your demo. It's like multiple... It's like 2.5 hours is the average playtime, which most demo playtimes are like 15 minutes. So we have like a crazy amount of playtime people are getting, which is really, really cool. Comparative to recruits, it has higher morale. Yeah, I can't really write comparative to recruits has higher morale. That's tougher to write. So I think I'll just have to say decent reload, but it has bad morale, melee, and charge. Otherwise, it doesn't really have any notable stats. We're going to leave it there. I'll actually say the move speed is pretty decent. Reload and speed. Because they go pretty fast. They go 25-30, which is actually faster than a German Fusilier. So we'll just be literal. I think that's fine. Oh, and I also should include the plus in the brackets. Dude, this is going to take forever, but this will probably take me like 8 hours, guys. So we're going to be here. We're going to be here for a while. You guys better appreciate this, so You can make 10-second reload machine guns using Frycore. Galaxy, that's the intention. I wanted you guys to do that. I'm glad you're doing it. The playtesters just wrote to me over and over again, Frycore sucks, Frycore sucks, Frycore sucks. And me and the lead dev equipped nonstop good reload items, especially if you get to Region 3 and you get the cylindrical ramrods that are excellent quality. You just get like 6-second reloads and you're just rapid firing them. And then you turn them off of volley fire and it's just nonstop. They're just nonstop shooting. The Frycore, when you get that reload speed that high, you just turn off volley fire and you're just massacring. So, yeah, no, they're really good, but everybody in the playtesting group hated them. So I think now that the sample size is larger, it's easier to see what's good and what's bad. So will Cavalry with poor morale, it'll say poor... I think everything should be literal, but relative to its unit class, maybe? So Cavalry... Like, I wouldn't want to write good melee on every Cavalry, because relative to the... Oh gosh, that's going to be tough. Oh, I don't know what to do. That's the reason I wanted to do, like, the short descriptions, where I would say, like, a reliable militia unit with good reload, but poor melee, you know? I wanted to do that, because then you would go, oh, reliable militia. But the issue is, yeah, if all cavalry has better melee stats than infantry, we have to write plus melee on all of them. But what if a cavalry has worse melee relative to the other cavalry? I don't know what to do. The guns were way easier to do because they're all relative to each other. The the unit classes, I don't really know. It's common sense at some level, yeah. I just don't want to write good... Here's the issue. If I put good morale for a recruit class unit, all the YouTubers who play, no insult at all to the YouTubers, but the people streaming are going to hover over the recruit and go, oh, good morale, I'll put him on the front line and he'll fight the enemy guards. And then I slam my head against the desk because I wasted 10 hours and none of the descriptions are working the way they should. So, I don't know. What the hell do I do with this? I've been stuck on this for a while. That's why I haven't done it sooner, because I've just been stuck. What if you included the unit type? I do. Look, it says recruit, Cantonist. So it always says the type of unit. It's a recruit class. Or look, line infantry class. So it tells the class at the top. Light infantry don't have volley fire unless they use line formation, nullifying their cover advantage against Frycore. Okay. Why would you include encyclopedia? If I have time. But I'm busy right now. Recruits should have mid morale since they have... Yeah, no, they do not have good morale, but the Cantonist recruits have better morale than all the other recruits. So how do you explain that? I'm banging my head against the wall here. Yeah, I don't know. Why don't you give them a numerical value for morale? They do. They do have a numerical... Here, look. I can see it says 35 morale right there. I think the issue is if the Prussian recruits are better than all the other recruits in the game, and then you write the word plus reload, comma, morale, just don't list it as a negative. Yeah, I guess so. I guess what I would do, Bud, is that I would put morale as a negative for all the other negative recruits, or the worst recruits, but then the Prussian one wouldn't have morale as a negative. Maybe something like that would work. I think I got an idea now. Yeah. So let me mute this. Oh man. Okay. So they have good reload and they're decent at speed. That's true. I'm not going to write that they have bad morale because they have decent morale compared to the other recruits, so that's their thing. The Lamolets, what do they specialize in? Let's see. They have better charge. And this doesn't have to be perfect, I imagine, right? It just has to tell you how to use the unit. So, the Lamolets has good charge. That's really his only saving grace there. And he has okay morale. But it's nothing to write home about. I would just say charge and reload for him. Plus reload. And charge, but he also has the same speed as cantonists. So, should I write speed again, I guess? I guess I could, right? Because they all reload, all the Prussians reload quickly and have speed. And then these guys have better charge. And they're negative. It's a tough thing because the Lamelites actually don't have good charge relative to other line infantry regiments, but they have good charge relative to the cantonists. So I suppose we just wouldn't list charge, but then I want players to know that the Lamelites would be a good charging alternative. You know what I mean? It's kind of tough. I know a lot of people are going down the Lamelites to Fusilier tree. I think it's fine for now. I will do the rebalancing later. I know that Musketeers seem like less of a viable option. I think instead of nerfing the Fusiliers though, I'd rather just buff everyone's veteran Musketeers to make that a more appealing option to go down that tree because you get a higher payoff with like really good accuracy or something. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I don't. Okay, let me also ask you this, guys. What if I just didn't do descriptions for the units? What if we just left them as they were and players can just look for themselves? Like, I just don't know how to do this efficiently to... actually, it's 200 units I would do this to. I'd have to go through 200 units and make sure they're all, like, balanced with these descriptions. That again, is why I wanted to write just a little short description of how I use them. And just be like, look, it's infantry with good morale and good reload. But... because then I can write some context in there. But it is just... this is just a little intimidating in terms of like getting it to be consistent. So yeah, I don't know. That's maybe more detailed descriptions of units can be shown if you click on the unit's picture. Yeah, I don't know. ChatGPT it, yeah. I might have to write a short description because it's way too hard to just put plus and minuses. It's not like they're a gun. Like, they have 10 different stats. And so, it's just way harder to do this. I know it looks nicer to just do that, but units don't operate like that. That's why I said, like, it's a Prussian recruit with decent reload skill, but it's poor in melee and charge. And then the next one, you know... Let me have you guys vote on it then. Because I could just skip this, and we could do something else today, and I could just not do these descriptions. Or I would do the paragraphs. But it's one or the other, I would honestly say. Because the plus and minus seems like a good idea on paper. But the units just are not as simple as that. You know what I mean? You can't boil down a unit to like 3 plus and minuses. It's just way too reductionist. And there's no nuance. And then a player's going to end up using the unit wrong. Because I just gave them like a very basic rundown. It's going to say plus charge on the Lamelites. Because that's the one thing they're okay at. But then they're going to use it in a charge. And then they'll die because they have bad morale. But I couldn't really... you know what I mean? It's just like... So, I'll put a poll, and I'll say, for unit descriptions, option A is to skip for now, or to write the short 2 to 3 lines. What do you guys prefer? If I skip it for now, I just work on something else. If you like how this looks, it's not too hard for me to do. It's just time consuming, but it's not hard. Ask people in the Discord to do it for free. I already did that, Raspel, and I checked their submissions, and I just wasn't that happy with it. Yeah, VREN, I don't know. I just wasn't that happy with how it came out. It just looks too robotic. That's why I want to go with like these lines. Maybe use yellow for decent stats. I guess the issue, Elias, I have yellow, but I would be balancing like 3 colors across 200 units, and that's going to just become inconsistent. I feel like it's easier for me to work on with just red and green. All right, I'll do a short little description then. We're going to say with these guys, Prussian recruits with decent reload. We'll color code everything at the end. Decent reload skill, but poor melee and charge skill. Prussian recruits more reliable than other I could just do actually this. More reliable than other recruits. Let me just check something. Decent reload skill, but poor melee and charge skill. Okay, let's do that. Let me color code it. And then we're going to see... I'm going to say reliable. I think that's fine. And I'll do the color coding at the end, but I want to do a test and see how this looks. And then reload is in green. And then melee is in red. And charge is in red. These aren't very good. I feel like that's maybe a little nicer, because now I can say, more, you know, relative to the other recruits are more reliable. Short descriptions are important because, yeah, I agree. Prussian recruits are more reliable than other nations at the time. Now, I don't want to say, like, other nations at the time, because then you're giving, like, a historical description, and you don't want to do that. You want to just be really short and concise and just use every word that needs to, like, every word has to serve a purpose, right? More reliable than. So now you've established it's a reliable unit and it's relative. Other recruits, meaning compared to recruits of all other nations. Then just immediately decent reload skill, comma, and then but to now signify we're talking about... You probably don't even need the but, by the way. But to show that we're now switching to negative, poor melee, and charge. So, like, in that case, every word kind of deserves... Oh, what? Uh-oh. Oh, man, that's annoying. All right, well, I gotta do something real quick. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that's annoying. Damn, that's super annoying. Actually, this is fine. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I flashed some codes on screen, but they are giveaway codes that don't even activate yet. So I need to go in here and... Yeah, 3 of them are already used, so I can get rid of those. And then the rest I just have to deactivate. Damn, how did I flash those keys? They don't do anything. It'll give you access to the game, and then you'll have access on release day, but I'm going to revoke them, so then it's going to remove it from your account. So let me just get rid of them real quick. Hold on. Oopsie. Ban Steam keys. Send a TXT file. Revoke keys. Send. Carefully revoke keys, correct. Ban all keys. Done. Revoke keys. Good. Permanently ban keys. There we go, they're all gone. And now I've got to remove them from my list that those keys don't work anymore. God damn it. Sorry, guys. Well, at least that gave me something to do while it was rebuilding my data. Damn, I was going to do like some giveaway stuff, but I got to get rid of those. Alrighty. That's so funny. I just flashed the keys onto the screen. Yeah. 3 are activated already. Yeah, the top 3 are already activated. And then the rest were unactivated, and I have revoked them. So if you went and rewinded and tried to put it in, it might activate for a second, but it's going to be removed from your account. Tangling keys to a baby. It literally is, yeah. This is a little hard to read, I feel. but it's also because the fast replenishment is at the bottom and should be at the top, like that. There we go. How does this look? Fast replenishment, recruit Cantonist. More reliable than other recruits. Decent reload, but poor melee and charge. I don't know. I'm kind of like tempted, guys, to just be like, you know, just like leave it at that. Do you prefer that? Or I could also make, I don't know. It's really tough. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm not sure. This looks slightly messy to me, just a little bit. Remember, Apollo's Fusilier are for shooting. Yeah, I know. I think less description's better. Make the explanation font smaller. I could, yeah. It could be smaller. I don't know. I think I will put this on the back burner, unfortunately. I know it seems useful because you can actually see like what units kind of do better at different things. So it does serve a good role, but I think I have to just put it on the back burner. Because this would also all have to be localized in time for release too. At the very least, the new thing that's being added is telling you the replenishment time, which is helpful. But I think we're just going to have to roll with this for now. And players are just going to have to, through trial and error, you're just going to figure out what units are good at what. And I think that's okay. Are you guys cool with that? Because it just, yeah, it just doesn't work right now. And the other issue too is if in localization, I've been manually adding the returns myself. We have to make sure that this like scales and doesn't go outside the box. And if in another language it does that, then that'd be messy. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm gonna put that on hold for now. I think it's okay how it is. What if we did 2-word description like shooting infantry, skirmishing, charging? I guess you could do that, right? Like you just tell them the role, maybe? Like what is a Cantonist good at? This is like shooting infantry. Oh, there's ads. Let me turn the ads off. Sorry, guys. Fucking ads. They make it really, really tough to turn them off. Like I don't know where the hell. There. Yeah, no ads. We're not doing that. Steam, YouTube is begging me. They are begging me to. They're begging me to increase the ads. They keep sending me emails and go, "You can earn 35% more if you spam them with unskippable ads every 5 seconds." And it's like, well, how about you like fuck off and stop telling me to put ads on a gaming live stream? What, like I'm not doing this I'm not a full-time streamer. I don't even accept. I don't think we even have monetization. Are you guys even able to send super chats? I think I have those turned off. If you want to actually support it financially, you buy the game. Like these streams are not to make money. The streams are to just work on the game, and then you buy the game to make money. That's like I don't want these annoying fucking ads. I receive ads on live streams. Yeah, I'm trying to turn them off. I do not want them. Anyways, sorry. Yeah, this could be like shooting infantry. Unreliable. Like you could just have like keywords and terms. This could be like charging infantry that's unreliable. So you'd go, oh, I can charge, but they're not going to be good at it. And then line infantry would be like fast. Maybe like what you would do. That's kind of interesting, right? Because it's like maybe you'd have 3 categories of key terms and you mix and match. You know how like in Total War you have like impetuous and that's just one key term on a unit? So you could have like different types of key terms And then like reliability would be basically morale, just like maybe their overall stats. Like if they had all low stats but decent morale, that's not reliable as well. So this is just like, do they have good stats and can they hold their ground? And then like purpose, you know, do they shoot? Do they charge? What's their role in combat basically? And then this could be their responsiveness, which would be like, are they fast? Are they big? Are they slow? Are they vulnerable? That type of thing. And I would imagine reliability should probably come first, because that's like one of the most important things. Responsiveness would probably be at the bottom, because like speed is not that important to me, and then purpose would be in the middle. I kind of like that. So you'd be like, and then you don't need any colors, right? Well, you know what you would do is, what are the reliability statuses? You would have reliable, which would be in green. You could have, this is kind of cool. All right, we're coming up with a good idea. We're cooking now. We're cooking, okay? Responsiveness is the least important. Yeah, I would, but in the unit description, it makes sense to go first. I would say it goes last, right? But in terms of English adjectives, you'd say he's a fast, reliable soldier. You wouldn't say he's a reliable, fast soldier. But in terms of reading information, I do think it should still go last, because the English grammar structure is irrelevant when it comes to localization as well. So it doesn't. It's okay if it's not, because it's not even a sentence, right? You're just separating it with commas. So your statuses, should we have like maybe 4 reliability statuses? Unreliable, reliable. Then yellow would be like something. I don't know what it would be. And then maybe like a light blue would be like, this is like the ultra reliable. I don't know what you would call that. This is kind of a cool idea. I like these are like tags. You're basically tagging the unit. That is super useful for me, because tagging units is not too bad. I like steadfast for, what would you call like the highest reliability? Steadfast maybe? Or you could call it elite, or guard, or something like that. What does reliability represent? It's mainly morale, but also just its other stats too. Like if a unit had 90 morale and 5 stats for everything else, I probably wouldn't classify it as reliable. Is this even a good idea? What do you mean by reliability? I think that's the issue, because everyone's going to say, what the hell is reliable? So I think maybe this is not going to be a good idea. I think this is going to confuse people even more. So I don't know. Thing is, if I read reliable, I would think, oh, these guys aren't going to break on the first shot. So it's mainly morale. That's mainly this is mainly a morale thing. You could go, you know what we actually do? I already have morale statuses. Check this out. I have states of morale. I have confident, eager, steady. So you could do like confident. That's a confident unit, so they're going to get a bonus. You could do, and this is their morale title, that when you load into battle, when you hover over them, it's going to say this. And so confident is anything from 76 plus, 76 morale onward. That could be kind of cool. I'm going to explore this idea just for a little bit, and then maybe if I abandon it, we'll move on to something else. But I just want to explore this idea just for a little bit. I don't want to waste too much time. But there's something interesting here that's worth just looking into, I think, at least. I'm actually wrong. Eager is 76 plus morale. Confident is when you break 100. How do I keep messing this up on the wrong layer? And then steady is 50 plus morale. $51 and over, basically. I actually think it's wrong. I think it actually hits at 75 and this hits at 50. And then underneath steady would just be yellow, I feel, actually. Not green as well, right? So let me just double check something. They have 50 morale, like a perfect 50. So I'm going to go into battle and just check what their morale list says, just to make sure I'm not wrong here. But it could be cool that you get to see the morale status. And then that helps you know what the combat effectiveness modifier is. And then the purpose is purely subjective. Purpose can be subjective, where we say these guys are good for shooting, charging, screening, or whatever. And then responsiveness, we might be able to put, is responsiveness good? There's some units that are just really agile. And there's other ones that are slow. There's other ones that are large. I feel like the size and speed of the unit would be responsiveness. You probably need 2 words, though, for that, because they're not always the same. But yeah, look at these guys. They are 50 morale, which is eager. If I give them an officer, 52. So eager kicks in until 75, at which point it becomes confident. That's okay. I was right at first then. So watch. It's actually the original idea. It is that confident is when the unit hits 75 morale plus. Yep. And then eager is 50 morale plus. Yep, this is correct. And then steady is 15 plus morale. And I think that's it. I don't think there's any unit with anything lower than that. I'm pretty sure. I like this. I like being able to hover over a unit and know if it's like a steady unit or a really confident one. And that just immediately tells you at those levels that the morale is good. And that, yeah, I think that's a pretty cool thing because it also displays that in battle. Like this. I don't know, yellow to me seems an indicator that the unit's in trouble, but steady looks more positive. Yeah, I do agree that that maybe is a little weird. I do agree. Do I have a unit that's an example of like a militia? Not really. They only have 27, and they're steady. Yeah, I use green for steady as well. These are the only colors I can work with. This is our color. I mean, I could add more, but I don't really want to have to add more into the binders. Let's put a pause on that real quick, just to see if this is worth exploring any further. I just want to see if this is even worth doing, you know? Here with the purpose, this would probably be in a light gray, because it's not really a green or red thing. You would just have like shooting unit class, like shooting infantry or shooting, right? Something like that. So like shooting infantry. I guess you wouldn't even need that though. You could just say shooting You would hover over a unit, it would say confident shooting. Would that be weird, though? You know what the problem is, guys? You know what the problem is? Is a player, if you see confident shooter, right? You would want to hover over what is a shooter. And then you would see a shooter as a unit that excels and blah, blah, blah. And then you have now you have a nested tooltip system. So, which we don't have, right? So I think we got to just pull the plug. I think we got to pull the plug for now. It's cool that we explored some ideas, but I think you got to know when you're wasting time a little bit, because time is limited. And I think right now we should just sit on it. Maybe tomorrow I'll wake up and go, you know what, this was a good idea. I just need to expand on it in a different way. But I think for now, I think we're close. Because it'd be cool to hover over a Hungarian unit and see shock unit and go, oh, I'm supposed to use the Hungarians as a shock unit. Because players aren't doing that and they don't know. And there's nothing in the game telling them to do that, which is a problem, right? But if I go to the Austrian stats, you can see the Hungarian Fusiliers have a 25 charge stat compared to like the Prussians with a 15 or a 20. Even a Prussian Guard Grenadier has a 35, and a Hungarian Fusilier is 25. A Hungarian Grenadier is 50, which is higher than any Prussian unit in their entire roster, including the Freikorps. So you'd really want to know this is a shock unit. And then if I watch a YouTuber play and they go, okay, we've got our Hungarians. They're really good shooting infantry because it says Fusilier. No, that's not, which is not their fault, right? Because there's no information telling them that. Or even you guys, when you play the demo, how would you know? How do you guys know that? So I think this is something that I have to kind of think a little bit more about. It's cool what we did today because I think we pivoted away from this initial idea of just writing a short description to this idea of doing tags. And I think the tags are a great idea, but I probably need more time to sit on this. And like someone else said, it might be a good post-release thing. It's just, I don't think it's something I can spend too much time on. Speaking of wasting time, I have another thing to show you guys that I need an opinion on. I am considering increasing the size of sorry. I'm thinking of increasing the size of the crowdsourcing work is not a good. Yeah, no, I'm not going to give you guys the copy of the text. I'm considering increasing the size of the maps, but the issue is it's going to take me a long time to do that. And again, we're really close to release, and I'm on the fence about it. So I think that's why I said, speaking of wasting time, because I probably won't do this, but I just want to explore it just in case. Because if it only took me, let's say, 6 hours to do, and it makes the game 50% better, let's say, then that's worth my time. If it took me 14 hours to do to make the game 5% better, it's probably not worth my time, right? So that's something that I just want to check in on and show you what the map looks like, and you can tell me what you think of it. Before we do that, I do have to save a French emblem that we just made. So we're going to open up our emblems and open up the French one. It's a brand new emblem. Tell me if you guys recognize it. Here's some trivia. You get to tell me, do you recognize the emblem? Which regimental flag utilized this unique emblem? You have 30 seconds. All right, that's much better. And then I'm going to take the pull and then push that out. There. It is the Royal Scots from France. And then we are going to push our French emblem. Good. And then I will show you the map editor, and you guys give me an opinion. I really want a good opinion on this. Oh, damn. Kane finished all the patterns already. Look at these new flag patterns. Oh, dude. Look at these new flag patterns. That's nuts. Hold on. They're all turned on at the moment. Ah, that's so cool. We have this one for France. We have another French one. Beautiful. Another French one. Another French one. This is the one in Barry Lyndon that's used, so we had to add it, of course. This one I thought would be cool because you could do like US stripes, or you could do, well, we have another striped one, but you could do like a Tunisian or Tripoli flag or something. There's also the vertical ones. We have big stripes like this. We have like an off center, so you could do like a Sweden or oh, it looks like a candy wrapper. Yeah, this isn't how they look in game, guys. This is you can recolor them. I forgot to explain that. It's like a green screen, right? So the player gets to decide what color these are, and so you could make like this, for example. Does this make sense? That's why they're colored like that. It's so they're the two defined colors that the player can play with. We have this one, so you could do like that Empire Total War flag. We have a checkered pattern. We have these like cool spiral ones that I think the Dutch used. So I thought that was neat. We have this repeating triple pattern. We have like a US themed one, so you could do like a continental theme army. And then we just have some regular like different crosses there. And yeah. So I am pretty excited to add those in. Anyways, let me show you a map. Gosh, is it too early to start drinking? All right, this is one of my maps, and this is the full size of it. Let me also adjust the camera so I can zoom out and show you. Let's find the zoom out max. We'll go to 2000. Here we go. So this is one of my maps I made, and we can expand it horizontally, which would probably be weird, right? Because this would just be like very close to each other but super wide. Or alternatively, we can't do both, but alternatively we could just extend the vertical. Look at that. And now it's almost like a perfect square, and the enemy would spawn just a little further back. But the cool thing is, if I show you the deployment zones, the play zones rather, so take a look at this. When you play a small battle, the game will automatically put you, look, either here or there or here, right? It puts you on a different spot of the map. And then, so this wouldn't affect you on a small battle. But if you're playing a large battle, look how close you are. So imagine if I extended this, I could take the deployment zone and make it so the enemy doesn't spawn that close. They would spawn, you know, hold on. Why is this tool not, oh, there we go. They would spawn all the way back here instead. And now you have more battlefield to play with. Do you guys like that? I did try yesterday to see what this would look like. But oh my god, was it so much extra work. Look how, you have to zoom out so far. The battlefield is gigantic and it's just way too big. I think this is too big. So I think I have to go with like something like that. Would you guys, do you think this is worth it if it took me about 7 hours of work? So I just work on the weekend and I just expand the maps vertically. I think this would be good because I don't know about you guys, if anybody remembers this map, but my current issue is when I play on this map and the enemy spawns here, my issue is the enemy starts barreling toward me, and what's the first position you take? You just inch up and then you just hold this little area there. And so look how far the player is moved up. Basically nothing. They're basically still at their spawn, right? And if the enemy spawned back there, look at that. Now they come up, they run up, and so now where would you go? You actually might take that hill, move maybe a reserve there, maybe you try to rush for this, you could even try to go for the town. Do you know what I mean? That like strategically, I feel like you're actually playing on the map more that I designed and not holding the spawn. But do you guys agree with this? Are you cool with doing that? Yeah. I think the vertical would be good. I tried. I'll show you what it looks like with the horizontal increase. But this would take like 12 plus hours of work and be really, really intensive to do the horizontal in addition to doing vertical. But I think it's probably worth adding the vertical increase because that's only, the vertical increase is like just one. Here, look at the normal spawn zones and look at vertical plus horizontal. You'd have this area plus all of that, and this would take a much longer time and probably would make the AI worse. So you'd have worse AI, and I would it would be a pretty significant overhaul. And I don't know if that's worth it, you know? But the vertical seems like it would just give you a bit more time to form a position a bit better and not spawn camp, because I find myself spawn camping sometimes because I don't have enough time. So I don't know. Do you guys think the horizontal is worth also extending? Horizontal could be post-release. That's true. Please work on AI. I'm not the AI programmer. There's more people working on the game than just me. So you can tell that to the programmer if you want to. I am the content designer. Here's basically the issue here. Map size. Retain map size. Add lots of new maps. Or increase vertical. And I'd have time to do add some new maps. Fucking hell, it won't let me. There. Or increase vert plus horizontal few new maps, because I wouldn't have much time to do new maps. So that's kind of the three. Why do I have to do an option here? Oh. That's kind of our three options here. So I'm curious, why can't I start the poll? Must contain. Really? There. You'll have to just read vertical. So you guys can kind of let me know what you're feeling there. Also, horizontal would allow more spawn zones. I think you're right, Divi Day. It's just a time thing. It exponentially increases the size of the map. You're gonna play on the same 5 maps over and over again if I do that, which it might be worth it to you if you like playing on the same map over and over, but you just want more flanking. You know, I can do it. It's possible. I can definitely do it. But if you would like more variety in the game, doing vertical and horizontal would be tough. I don't recommend just doing horizontal because this looks pretty bad. It just looks super wide, which doesn't look good. So I would either do just vertical or just vertical or horizontal plus vertical, but I wouldn't do both. Sorry, I wouldn't do just horizontal. I'm just tripping over my words. I'm sorry. Increase vertical and add new maps. Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go. Horizontal can wait. Yeah, that's true. And then do the horizontal post-release. Yeah, that's a cool idea. I like that. Okay, I'm with you guys. I'm with you. Why don't we do a test then right now? What we're going to do is we're going to go in and actually live. We will go in and we will extend the verticality of the map by hand. And then we will play on it with a full-size battle, and we'll see how it feels. So let's go do that now. I'm going to load in map 1. The thing is, I don't even know if the extra horizontal is going to be more fun or not, because the AI has to know how to fully utilize it. And if you have so much room in the horizontal and you start outflanking the AI and they can't keep up, and you can encircle them, you know, there might be an issue with that. So, like, the AI wasn't designed for this basically from the start, which is the only concern I have. But yeah, let's go design a vertical example. And I might actually give this a good amount of effort, if you guys are okay with that, instead of just making that. Well, should I make this in a way where when it's done I can't use it, or should I put in the effort, and if we want to use it I can keep it? Because I can put up something quick and dirty very quickly to get a test out, Or I can spend time on this and make it look really nice to see what it would look like in game. What do you guys prefer? It's probably smarter to do just something quick and dirty just to see. And then do the effort if we like it. Let's do like that. We'll do a compromise. Let me do something that isn't super quick so it looks somewhat nice, and then we'll clean it up at the end, okay? We can clean it up at the end. If we like it. But I think it's more important that we... Yeah, the game doesn't simulate fog of war. Yeah, I know. I just don't have time to do it. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that, but I just can't do it. So it's just unfortunate. I like fog of war, obviously. I don't have a thing against it. I just didn't have time to do it. There's one programmer on the team, so we weren't able to make like a modern Total War game with our first try, and it's I know it is frustrating, but I'm also frustrated with it because I would like that too, but I just don't. Yeah. No, I would love Fog of War. I just didn't have time. Maybe next game, yeah. It could even be an update depending on how well this game does, you know. But yeah, either an update or a future game. But Fog of War is definitely so important in Warfare. I'm already liking this. I think this is pretty cool. The road stops. The road goes nowhere. Stops at a river. Is that an issue? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Ask the programmer that why do you press tab Q commands? Only shows the position of the... Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it does that. And then we'll probably want to continue this river. Yeah, we don't want feature creep. You're absolutely right about that. It's very important. Everything comes with a sacrifice. Everything has a sacrifice. If you think we should add a new feature, a new system, or whatever, it always comes at the cost of something else. Always. You will not find a feature where adding it doesn't come at the cost of something else. You just want to be so careful. What's your next game idea? I don't have another game idea because I don't know if this one will do well, and I don't like to plan unless I get real answers on something. So I would have to see the performance of this game. It's our last game as a studio. If it didn't do well, and then I would move on to do something else. And if it does do well, then this would be my new career, and I will make more stuff. But we have to see. We have to be patient and be smart, and so I don't like to plan without having information. It would be like, there we go. Okay, that looks pretty nice. I like that. I think the only issue I have is the bank is a little bit smaller. There. I think that's good. But yeah, we just have to see how well the game does, and then we can make decisions. But you really have to be so careful. It's so careful. The hype seems to be going strong. Yeah, I know. I think the hype is pretty strong. I just don't know what to expect. I think my last game did so horribly that I have a hard time, you know, I don't know. Like I'm just waiting, and I'll judge things as they happen, but I will not get all excited and I think I'm going to plan out 1 million DLC. We're going to do amazing. You know, we're just going to take it slow, take it easy, and we'll see how things go. And I think that is the smarter thing to do. Okay, so this looks good for a quick and sloppy job, and we'll just play on it real quick and see if it's fun, and then I can finish the map if we like it, okay? And so I do have an error, and I hope it doesn't break this, but I didn't spend much time on it. Yeah, making map streams, I could definitely make maps on stream. It's very, like, mindless. Just the planning at the start is the only thing that's more intensive. So I need to take the large size. Oh, didn't mean to do that. And bring it back. There we go. Ah, You always have to zoom in to use this blue tool. I don't know why. There we go. In terms of uncrossable rivers, I know someone asked about that. That is an issue with pathfinding. There's actually no uncrossable terrain on the whole map because pathfinding is really, really difficult, and it is performance heavy and leads to pathfinding issues and AI complications. So that would have to be something we do for the next game. That couldn't even be an update for this one. You'd have to build the game from the ground up with that in mind. So we'd probably do full 3D and more advanced pathfinding solutions for the next game. But like I said, it's you got to be careful. I don't want to hear, I don't know, like, let's just be happy we got this game done. It's a miracle because many people cannot make a game like this, especially with the team that we had. I mean, how many Total War style games come out every year? Like Ultimate General, and their best game was released like 10 years ago. So no insult to them at all. I like the Ultimate General games, but it's more difficult than you could possibly imagine. And so the idea of adding more and more and more and more leads to the entire thing imploding on itself, and then you get nothing. And gosh, I sound negative. Sorry, guys. No, things are going well, and I love making this game. I'm having a great time. I will say that. Okay, I'm just saying, just you got to be careful of scope creep, and you got to be smart. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to sound like a fucking cynic. Just sound cynical. Sound like a what's the philosophy? A nihilist, a game nihilist. Yeah, I don't want to be one of those. But let's save the map. Let's see if it gives us an error and I throw myself out of a window. Let's see. I got the window cracked. Do I throw myself out of the window because it won't save because we just added a new feature to the map editor? Let's see. Window is open, guys. The window's cracked open. I do have a shit ton of errors. That's awesome. Okay. I'm going to see if it even saved. I should have called it map 1, to be honest. I should call it map 1 large. And try saving that, maybe? And then I'll undo map 1. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad we did the quick and easy thing. I think it's actually fine. I asked the developer, the errors are normal, so I think it is fine. So what we then want to do is go in. Yeah, let's just test if it works. Let's go to map 1, and I want to undo map 1, but not map 1 large. These are fine. Sorry, one sec. The map 1 we want to undo. And the map 1 large is what we want to play on. So what we're going to do here is go to debug and go map 1 large, right? And then we've got a ton of divisions. How many divisions have we got? 4 divisions. Let's load a big enemy army. How many units could you have? 4 per unit, yeah. This one just has artillery and stuff. This one's got Fusiliers. Okay, perfect. So we're going to give the enemy 6 divisions. Save it. Go into map 1 large. AI is enabled. Okay. Go into battle. And let's go check out the new map. I predict a successful game in an American Revolution DLC and American Civil War DLC. I can hope, right? Well, we don't know, man. We don't know. I don't know what'll happen. I don't know. By the way, let me do another little leak about the customization improvements. Let me just flash this on screen. Oh, customization improvements? Oh, and then I'm going to hide it. And I'm not going to tell you what you just saw. You can speculate. I'm just too excited not to share little glimpses of the updated customization. That's all I'm going to show. I'm not going to show anything else. So this is it with... Whoa, look how cool that is. Okay, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. That is pretty cool that they're all the way back there. This is the new vertical extension. Here we go. I'll fight out the battle just for fun and just see how it is. Ignore that I'm spawning in the fog. We can fix that. We're just testing the map, okay? And we can clean it up at the end, but... So if I was a player, I'd probably run these guys up. Column would be probably more important now as well. Move Tom up as well. Grenadiers. And then the enemy's back there. It's kind of cool. I don't know. Do you guys like that size for like a super large battle? Is that cool? If I added the width, it'd be too unbelievable. It'd be like... I feel like you don't need the width, right? This is a full army, and look, I have wings to flank on. You know what I mean? So I feel like we don't need horizontal. What do you guys think? Because the horizontal is so much extra work, but it would add... all of that would be playable. And I feel like that's not necessary, you know? I can show you what that would look like, but I think it's going to get extreme. This is pretty cool, though. I do like the size here. I'm pretty happy with this. This is a full army, as you can see, as well. But I want to avoid the scope creep. But look, now I have time to actually, like, station men in the village and stuff. That's pretty cool. I'm going to forget my own units if it's horizontal. I agree, dude. It would be... I'd be flying down. I'll show you... let's fight out the battle first. Let's make sure the AI has no problems, and then I'll show you what it would look like with a horizontal extension. I really like this, though, because I feel like I can actually take up positions. If this was a normal battle, I feel like I would be... rushed into my spawn. I like that I can, like, move troops into this area there and, like, rush them in. It's pretty cool. And then you can see the enemies moving ahead here. I like that there's tents back there as well. AI actually has to move their cannons, yeah. I think it is a pretty cool improvement. If you want, guys, I could stay up till like 2 o'clock in the morning and not stop streaming, and we could change every map and finish all of them in the whole game and extend all the vertical. We could do that. If we like it, I could commit to it. But we have to make sure we like it first before we commit. Let's make sure we like it. But I could do that. I'm working the whole week. I am... will the stream slow me down? Not for map creation. The stream would slow me down if I was doing localization. But look, I am working every hour of every day, including weekends, until release. I don't care. I'm doing Red Bulls, coffee. I will give it my all to this game to get it to the finish line in the best possible state with the best possible pacing and gameplay I can possibly do without expanding the scope too much. Just refinement. This I see more as refinement. Expanding the map horizontally, that's scope creep, because now I've got to create a shit ton of extra stuff. This is just a nice improvement. So I would be happy to, like, go crazy on this and really make it good. Now, it is slow. I am noticing already. Let's admit this right now. I'm at my position. The enemy is still approaching me because they don't know how to use columns right now, which won't be done for release. So, is that a problem? Because I kind of feel like I can just take up positions without any... Maybe what we would do, how about this, guys? What if we kept the verticality, but I just didn't make the spawn that far back? Maybe their spawn should be a little bit closer. Because do you see how long it's taken them? They don't know how to use columns like I do. So we could just make their spawn a little bit closer, but keep the verticality, right? Because this feels a little too long. It feels a little bit too long. It is cool having all this room. The thing is, even if it's realistic, if the demo did well, and then I last minute fuck up the gameplay and all the pacing, you know, that would not be good for the launch of the game, okay? So we gotta just, you know, take our time and be careful. Be very careful. Yeah, it feels like, if I paused it real quick, let's see what kind of position I took up by the time the AI took up their position. So let's zoom out. And then this is the whole battlefield. Okay. So, I spawned here, like in the corner, right? For them, we actually gave them a spawn like there. And they moved up about that amount there. And then for me, that would mean like I would move up there, but in reality, I moved up to like there. And it is cool because we're fighting over the center of the map now, and it is cool because like there's like an open field we can fight across, and then a forest battle happening, and then a little skirmish over there. That's neat. You know what could be cool? What if, like, hold on, hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Here's an idea. What if, I like your suggestion, Raspel. I wanted to make the AI a little closer, because watch, if I make them just a bit closer, they move up. How much further? Let's see, 1 second. If they spawned a bit closer, they would be at the farm by now, which I would like. I would like them engaging at the hedges and not so far back. I want them to pressure me a little bit. That seems better for me, personally. This way, if I pushed up, look, they're right at me to meet me, and we're actually fighting in the middle. So it's a very small adjustment. And then we can get the player out of the... Look, the player's stuck in the fog, right? So, what we do... Give me 1 second. I got some ideas. Let me grab this and undo the original. 1 sec. Okay. Pull the player out of the fog and pull them out like there. And then that gets to be your positioning. So I can kind of almost advance a little bit past the hedge, and they'll immediately assault me there. The other thing we could do that I had the idea of is perhaps one possible spawn zone would be like that, and then another one would be like that. You can randomize it, so you'd be kind of skewed. You know what? For large battles, though, I don't like the horizontal skew, but vertical skew could be cool. So it would be cool if one of the battles was like that, and another battle was like that. So we're playing kind of on two different, like a slight. Well, is that even worth the time? Is this worth the time? Probably not. Probably just doing one good spawn zone for now is better, and it can always be improved. We have to, don't scope creep. Keep everything, keep everything normal. I think this would be good. So let me go in and test the improved spawn zones and see how that looks. I don't know if I like skewing it, because the issue is I'm probably going to expand the spawn zones because they feel a little cramped as it is. So I don't want to skew horizontal, because you're going to be stuffed on the left side of the map, and that's not going to feel good. You'll look to your left to go flank, and there's going to be nothing, and that's not fun. That's not cool. So you want it on large scale, on the large version of the map, you want it to be in the center. So yeah, no, I agree with this. I agree. I don't think we need any of the skew type of shit. Try not to break the game before release. Exactly. You make me doubt about the sanity of increasing the battle size. I mean, if you have to fast forward 5 minutes of placement. Yeah, I agree. I mean, do you guys think that... I mean, that was too long, a little bit too long. So I would just... That's why I'm thinking that what I would do is take these deployment zones, so check them out. I just bring them a little closer together. right? So what we'd do is we'd grab this, pull this a little bit closer so we're not in the fog, right? We are spawning in a forest, but whatever. And then I guess the enemy would spawn like there. And then we could spawn... Well, we'd want to be equal in distance, right? So here's what we're going to do. Let's take a look here. So we want to look at the deployment zone and do the math. So check this one out. On, off. So that's the red one. And the position is good there. Why don't we set the Z to 1000? No, sorry. 1300 maybe? 1300's good. Maybe 1250. Or 1200. No, 1250 is good. I like that. Okay. And then the player spawn will be the inversion of that. Does it work as negative 1250? No. Does it work at 250? Yes. Is the math correct? I don't know. I don't think it is. Honestly, the player... I don't mind the player spawning a little further back than the UI. Or the AI. Because the player's going to advance more efficiently. So that's not a bad setup, I feel. And then the next thing I want to do is take the scale, include the chain, and go 1200, like that. That's nice and wide, you see? And then undo the chain there and go 1200 there. And I think that is good. So let's try this out next and save. And see if we like this. There we go. Can we see more depth? Yeah, I increased it in all dimensions. In fact, I could give a little bit more depth on top of that. Do you want to just see, just for the sake of experimentation, we can do deploy zones, and the Z could be like, hold on, wrong one. What if it was like 150, 200? No, sorry, wrong scale. Ah, shit. Let's try 1400. Why does it look like it? Oh, the chain is still linked, guys. Sorry, hold on. Undo the chain, because it was making all the changes at once. Yep, okay. 150. Yeah, what if we did like 150 and 150, like that? That's a nice... That's got a nice height to it there. And look, we're still pretty close to the enemy, but it just gives a little bit of buffer room. And then I could save this. And let's try that out. And then if you want, do you guys think this would be a good idea? Maybe we try this out on the regular size and then compare it to this new size. And you guys tell me what battle felt better. We'll do a direct comparison, so we're not getting too excited about the idea of just making it bigger equals better. We'll play both battles. So I'm going to play this battle to its completion. We might play at a higher speed slightly, just because we're going to fight 2 battles. And then just see which one feels better. And then if we like this, then I don't mind changing the maps because it's really not that much extra work. It's probably like, I don't know how much work it would be. I can't even predict it. It would take all day, and then I'd be done by the end of today. And then I can make new maps this weekend. And I think that is the way to go. All right, we're loading in. Wouldn't it be possible to set the zones according to the number of units? Yeah, you can do that. That's already in the game, actually. All right, so here's the bigger spawn zone. Look how much nicer that feels. Isn't that cool? Look, you can do that or this. I think the depth is actually pretty nice here. If anything, it's almost too much depth, but I don't mind. Like, I feel like I could play at a larger unit size now. Why don't we go Ultra? What do you guys mainly play on? Do you play Epic, Ultra, or Large? I know a lot of people said they're playing on the higher scale. So maybe I'll load in with Ultra and see what that feels like. large, ultra, ultra, the highest one. Yeah, let's see an ultra what it feels like. I play on medium, on normal due to hardware. Yep, makes sense. Ultra, I think, is going to be the most common for people with good PCs. So let's see what the ultra scale would look like on this map. It's also good we're not increasing the horizontal because we don't even know how big of an impact on performance this will be. So we should just start small and just start with vertical. So this one is ultra, and look, you have... Somehow it feels bigger on the horizontal now. Somehow this spawn box makes me feel like I have more room on the flanks, doesn't it? I don't feel as squished. And look, the enemy is far enough forward. Now let's see how this battle feels. So if I saw that, I'd probably move up. I'm probably going to hold this area. If I was playing this as a real player, I'd hold this in the front. I'd probably move these guys to like hold up on the fence and the hill. And the skirmishers can fall back when they need to. These guys can go there. I'd move these dudes to rush into that area. Maybe I could hold that forest. These guys could push up on the right flank in column. Move these guys in line, why not? 2 cavalry in reserve on each side. And then I'll move my artillery on the hill. Artillery in the field. I'll move 2 artilleries to the hill. And then this horse artillery will be further forward. And then I'll move the infantry probably up a little bit. And then I'll probably fast forward to position. Get everything moving. And it's not too much waiting because I now need to get these guys out of formation and deployed. Probably want to hold the town. They're now tired, so I want to make sure they're not sprinting anymore. Get these guys deployed. Move these guys around there. They can go here. Dragoons can hold. Okay, fast forward a little bit. Again, if I was a player, I'd probably be doing this. Got my artillery set up, unpack it. I like the artillery there, unpack that. And then I'll have, you know, they can push up to there, and then these guys can go there. Horse artillery seems more useful, doesn't it? Because look, they actually got there like twice as quickly. I'm opening fire with my artillery. Just doing some opening shots. Move up my grenadiers. Form along the road. What are we thinking so far of this pacing? It's 2 minutes in. I still haven't met contact with the enemy. I've got everything set up. They're all advancing. They're having a little bit of trouble trying to cover this distance. There's a little bit of overlapping going on, but it's not too bad. I'll fast forward a little bit. Probably rush up to the hedge. Move up there. I'll get the skirmishers up to engage the grenzers. Oh, we're getting close to each other. Whoops. Open fire. There we go. Got more grenzers on the right. It's kind of cool the skirmishers kind of kick off the battle a little bit. We have a little right flank battle about to happen and a left flank battle. We've got a reserve, which we'll keep in an assault column. I kind of like this width because it doesn't feel... This feels like more like a square, which I like. If you had extra width, you'd be all the way out to there, which is too much. I do feel a lot less rush to get to position. But again, the AI is like still trying to get up to me here. It doesn't help this giant forest they're stuck in at the moment. I get the skirmishers back. We've got to compare what this battle is going to feel like compared to a regular scale. Move up the general. We got supply wagons. Let's engage on the right. See if we can win that. And if we win it, look how much flanking room we have. Look at, because of the verticality, guys, because of the verticality, you actually get more flanking because look how much more open area there is to run the cavalry around. So you actually don't need the horizontal because, could you imagine having all that extra space? You don't need it because if you can break this, the verticality helps you get around them. So that's actually not too bad. I do like the flanking opportunity here. This seems like really good flanking room. And then these guys are all engaged. We've got a left flank attack. We'll try to deal with these guys first. Taking some fire. I'm going to return fire. I'm going to charge in and be backed up with dragoons. There's a melee already going on somewhere. Okay, their Grenzers have met with my guys. I'm going to pull back. Actually, I could probably beat the Grenzers, right? So we'll fight them. They're just trying to take ground and push up there. And like my dragoons are helping. I'm going to take a shot over my guys. We charged before they could get a volley off, which is really good. I'm going to have my cavalry just come in too. Oh, I don't need to fast forward. I think I can break through that line there. We'll switch targets. Did we shatter them? Oh, I have retreat turned off. Whoopsie. Look, override retreat threshold. I had that turned on. Damn. So they can't retreat. But essentially what this would allow me to do, let's just pretend they retreated, is I now made a breakthrough. And I can try to get around them and try to outflank and maybe take on some of their cavalry or artillery. But you're getting an idea, at least, of how the pacing of this battle looks for a large-scale battle, right? They have so many guys over there in the forest. Move the general up. How did the Grenzers beat my goddamn skirmishers? I guess because we're getting shot in the back by 3 guys. Yeah, that's probably why we're losing. Just getting shot right in the back. They also can't retreat because of that debug. Okay, now let's fight that same battle. Same exact battle. But with the normal map size. So now we're going to play on map 1. And let's be honest. Let's be really honest with ourselves on if this feels better or worse. Because it's a very, very big change. And if it is better, if it's better, the bigger size, then that's a lot of work, but we'll see. Horizontal expansion seems best since the AI is struggling to form up. I don't know. I could look in. We can look into that just for the hell of it afterwards. But let me take a look at the regular size first, above everything else. Let's just look at the regular size and just see what this feels like. Okay. This is regular. Ignore this terrain back here because now it's not in use. See, I'm a little bit pressed against the wall, but that's okay. I still get the vertical or the horizontal. I can move up. Is this truly the normal size? I think it is. I think it is, right? Yeah, because there's no... Yeah, the road didn't get extended. Yeah, this is fine. And I'd move up, and we're probably going to be fighting now over... See how I'm kind of setting up my position a little further back? I can already kind of feel, for better or for worse, I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but I can already feel I'm not taking quite as much ground because I know they're going to be coming at me pretty soon. Not putting troops in column. Yeah, I don't really feel like I need to because the enemy's right in front of me, you see? So I don't really feel like I need to do that. I'll probably fast forward because I got everything moving. I can try to like fight over this area here. Try to hold this hill. There we go. I'll form up all the artillery. And as you can see, I'm not really able to take any key ground. I just moved it up from my spawn. So I'm going to deploy that. The cool thing is I feel like I'm using the terrain a little bit more here. But that's also because on the other map, I didn't finish the terrain. So had I chopped down some of the trees, as someone suggested, and finished the terrain, I probably would have been using more terrain for that battle. But the thing that's not cool about this one is it does feel like I'm just immediately engaged here. And we are, again, another cool thing, because the maps were designed for this purpose from the beginning, is we're now fighting over the town, whereas last time I was just holding the town from an enemy attack. So that, again, is another thing I'm going to have to adjust for. It definitely does feel a little small. But this is the biggest battle you can possibly have in the game right now. This is the absolute largest you can make. You can see the AI is already doing better, because look, they have their skirmishers up. The infantry's kind of fumbling still a little bit, but that's just because they have so many units. So they're gonna fumble just a little bit regardless. That's okay. Do you guys have a preference already on whether you like the vertical extension or not? It seems like the AI is kind of the same, right? Like, they're bunching up in a couple spots. They're doing okay. They're still pressuring flanks, as you can see. It doesn't seem like they're any better or any worse in the normal scale. So I don't think AI is really much of a concern. What do you guys think of the differences here? The terrain feels nicer on this one because it's finished and the other map wasn't finished, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, they're hitting my dragoons. I gotta just run them. The cavalry is pretty slow. That's a run for them. So I probably have to buff the cavalry speed. That being said, I don't have any items. Once you equip items, they're actually very fast with these saddles. Damn, the Grenzers are really pushing my fucking front. I might just charge them and try to fire at them. Yeah, I'll put a pole. The small one feels, yeah, it does have more urgency, but it definitely, I think the thing I actively don't like is look how far I moved up my artillery, like nothing. And now it just sits here the whole battle. That's the one issue. With this one. But otherwise, the battle seems to be going fine. Gosh, why do they want to push up so bad? Okay, yeah, no, they're fine now. Now they're ready to target someone. So most people are leaning on the vertical extension, it seems. I'm curious what... The cool thing about the vertical extension is if we feel like we go too far, we can just keep bringing the spawn zones closer until we get it to how it was. So it is cool that if we do feel like we screw anything up, we can just pull the spawn zones a little closer. So it's not a permanent problem. Horizontal is a little harder because what do you do if it's too horizontal? There's not really much you can do. But let's go in to large. And I'm also, just for the hell of it, just going to check out what the horizontal is like. And I just want to see what it's like. I don't think I have the time to do the horizontal, but I just want to observe. So this is just more for experiment. Well, we get armies exceeding 20 units. You won't get armies exceeding 20 units, but the AI will, actually. So this would be larger. And we'll call map 1 largest. Save. I assume horizontal could be the same fix with the spawn zones. Not really, because if you push both sides up vertically, it's basically like fighting on the small version of the map. But if you have a horizontal extension, what do? You just space it out wider. Well, then units can flank. Well, yeah, I don't know what you would do to fix that. I mean, I guess you would have to close the play zone over there, but that'd be maybe be hard to scale it. Anyways, let me look at the playable zone now for medium. And let's scale this to see what it would be like with the horizontal extension too. Would there be a reinforcement feature? I wanted that, but I don't think we have time for it. That's just like a scope issue with this game. I just don't think we have time. I'd like to see a smaller... Yeah, the AI will very rarely field 6 divisions. So what you saw was a little cramped, and the AI kind of had a hard time managing it. But that's like an end game battle. Like finale battle with a lot of units. So this would be the large with the horizontal. Terrain-based objectives would be interesting. Yeah, I agree. Again, that's just more of a scope problem. If we add objectives and we add reinforcements and we add fog of war and we add horizontal and we add vertical and we add bigger armies and I add, can I get 30 units? And then I have more divisions and then can I command 2 armies? It's like, all right, well, I guess this game's never coming out. So you could just keep, yeah, you could just keep listing things. So I love the ideas, right? They're good ideas. No one will, I'm not disputing that, right? But you just have to be so careful to not screw up right before it's all out, you know? Ultimately, people had fun on the demo, and if people are having fun, I wouldn't change something that's not broken, right? We want to just keep it small. I'd rather you guys have a really polished, well-tested, finished experience, and then we can build off of it and add updates and things like that. Okay, this would be the horizontal extension. Yeah. The play zone here needs to be expanded a bit as well. Did I do enough? It's hard to see if it's actually doing anything. Yeah, it is. Okay. So this would be the full the big one. And that's the largest. Thank you, Samuel. I appreciate it, man. What about control groups? Elias, that's actually already in. If you hold Shift 1 or Shift 2 or Shift 3 and so on, while having units selected, it will create control groups for you. All right, let's try map 1 largest now. And did we expand the width of the spawn zones? I don't think so, but maybe that's okay. All right, here is like the ultra expanded plus vertical plus horizontal super scope creep 3000. So hopefully you guys don't love this because I don't want to have to do this. But all right, here we go. So this is the giant battle. This is, oh my gosh, why does it look like I have so much room on the right, but I don't have that much room on the left? This takes up 1 screen. This takes up 1 screen. I guess it's because it's empty, that's why. But you would have your troops here, take your cav on the far flank. Let's really think about this. This is gigantic. There's going to be certain people who would love this, but there's also going to be certain people where this would be a micromanagement nightmare. Then what you would need to do is you need to increase the camera zoom out so we can zoom out even further. There. So you'd have to be able to do that. Oh my gosh. I actually love that zoom out regardless. Can you add it? I could probably increase the zoom out. There's nothing stopping me from doing that, especially for free camera. Do you have free camera enabled? I think it actually does work. If you guys go to options, settings, toggle free cam, you get the free camera. Oh, I accidentally reset my camera. Oopsie. So if you play with the free camera mode on, you can actually get... You can also do this with free camera, look. Even though it breaks the perspective a little bit, if you just want more control, you can do that. You can also zoom closer, so you can do that with free camera. And you can also play top-down. So I think most of you guys would enjoy that. The only thing that I love about this is that artillery positioning matters. But the thing I don't like is how long this would take. It also feels like a bit of a fast-forward simulator, a little bit. I mean, this is kind of cool. I don't know. This just feels like, you know, do we really need this? Is this part necessary? Because we're not even... the AI is not there and I'm not there. We're not even fighting over this. It's just... Cavalry's just hanging out on the side. The step. Yeah, it's like a step is added over there. I think we did find where it's too big, right? It's a shame you can't add only a half vertical block. You can. You just change where the spawns are. You add a full vertical block and then make the spawns a little closer to each other, and then you basically have a half vertical increase. I think this is probably too large, right? This would take me a while to fill out, but it is pretty damn cool, to be honest. It's cool seeing the scale. Like, this looks like Waterloo. Like how big the battle would be fought there, like a 1-to-1. The vertical definitely seems more beneficial, I think, because I feel less claustrophobic at my spawn. But the horizontal, it is kind of neat to have that. Who's already in melee? Oh, I'm getting charged. I mean, just look how giant it is. I'm on 4K as well, by the way, guys, so... Like, if you're on 1K... Oh, Jesus. Look how long it takes you to get to the other side if you're playing on a regular monitor. So you'd basically need, like, a 4K monitor to play on the ultra size. Again, I think the issue is, like, I took all this good terrain. Well, the AI is... There is no good terrain back there because I didn't finish the map, so I'd have to know if I finished it. Why don't we do this, guys? Here's the plan. Look, the AI isn't even using this wing. You know? Like, I'm able to just run cavalry around, but... How do you guys feel about this plan? I don't want to have to do a vote, just tell me. Should I just dedicate like a nice strong hour to finishing the vertical extension and make it look really good, like a proper finished product? We see how it looks. And then my second question is it worth it on me also finishing the horizontal to see how that looks? Or do we agree that this is not that useful? Because if we look at actually the utility of the battlefield, I am getting a good flanking run on the left. And this is already in the map. This is there. This isn't even needing to be added. But do you think this is useful to... add? This is like 3 hours of work per map at 9 maps, so that'd be 27 hours of work on to add this. But I think the vertical probably matters more, and the horizontal is just not as necessary. Horizontal scope creep, yeah. Let's just do vertical. Let's see how it looks. Vertical and more maps. I agree. That's the way to go, guys. Because if we do horizontal, you're not going to play on very many maps. Let's do it. The bigger map might show AI limitations. Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. So let's do map 1 large. My take is leave maps for expansion. Maybe call it the expansion of the Grand Army. Think about playlists, yeah. Kind of don't like how some of the maps, the spawn zones, make one flank almost non-existent. Yeah. Filling map horizontal would be like self-licking ice cream cone. Fixes a problem itself is created. Horizontal, yeah. I'm with you. I feel like I'm already fast forwarding. I still don't like verticality. Yeah, I'm on the fence about the verticality. I think at the very least, if it ends up being too extreme, we would just bring the spawns closer. But the verticality helps you not feel boxed in. You know, like you wouldn't feel like your spawn is against the fog. That is kind of my bigger issue. And by the way, let me also clarify for everybody here. The maps scale based on the battle size. If you are playing a regular default battle, you will not be fighting. I mean, the map will load the full map, right? But the spawns will be way closer. So you will not have to fight on that size that we just showed off unless the enemy's bringing 30 units or 20 units and it's a giant battle. If you're playing at the beginning of the game, you will not have to march that far. In fact, the beginning of the game would look like this. Here is what early game would look like. Even with the vertical extension, it'd look like this. That's all you'd be fighting over. Just the benefit would be that the enemy is not... Previously, the line was right there, so the enemy would be pressed against the back of the map. So if you fired at them and they retreated, they just instantly leave the board. So that's kind of... It does automatically... It's already dynamic, but I think it might just add a little bit of breathing room. That's what I think the benefit is in this case. I'm going to get rid of the tents, and we're going to re-add them later if I remember. So, Steely Dan's coming on, and you guys can't listen because it'll get copyright. So I'll play my music for myself. Ein Moment. There we go. Yeah, so I extended that road. Let's get the trees extended. There we go. Have you handmade every map? I have handmade all the maps, yeah. I did the same thing in Fire Maneuver. Okay. That's good. How long did that take? Each map takes 4 hours. So 4 hours times 9 maps in the game is 36 hours, probably. Some take longer than others, though. That number's not precise. You know what? I don't like how sparse those are. Seems good. And you don't need a lot of trees because it's in Europe and like it's just not as necessary, but yeah. Are you from Germany or the US? I am American. I think you'd be able to tell if I was German, right? Hello. Wie geht's? We just gotta add some trees to the road. I honestly think I'm going to do the vertical extension and then, sounds like a workout, by the way, the vertical extension. I'm going to do the vertical extension and then I will probably move the spawn zones even closer to each other so that the actual gameplay difference is kind of subtle, but visually it doesn't make it feel like you're playing in a box. I think that, to me, the claustrophobia of having no breathing room and when a unit retreats, it's just off the board, that is more of an issue. And just not having a little bit of that extra breathing room to set up your artillery on like a good position. You're kind of rushed. Now I have more trees in my extension than I do on the regular roads. See, I didn't even do trees like there. So I think I added too many trees. It's not that bad if they ebb and flow though, but I'll cull some of these. So I think I added just too many. I think this is my first ever map, by the way. I think my later maps I have more trees. That's probably why I'm used to doing so many here. But yeah, that seems to be better. Why not an option for high and low distance spawn zones? It is, it's automatic based on the size of the battle you're playing on, but I'm not going to add a custom option. I will also just, trees along the road add cover. They don't. They don't. I could make it so roads give cover. That's much easier to do. But I couldn't, like, I have to manually define cover, and that just takes a while. I think we want to add this. Oh. I always like the idea that roads give like a little bit of cover, because troops would you could like form lines on roads, and troops would, even in sunken roads, they would actually have cover, and roads kind of feel useless right now. So it would have been cool. It's just a number. If I just type one number, all roads suddenly give cover. So it'd be a very easy change. But when I pitched it, nobody liked the idea, so I will not do it. But I just thought it'd be cool to give them a little more utility. Yeah, voice lines would be cool. That's another scope creep, though. Voice lines are like, it's a lot of audio files to manage. And I either want to do it right or not at all. How many games have you guys played where you click on a unit and they'll say like, "Soldier reporting, I'm gonna fight for the USA." They'll talk like that. I don't like that. I want to click on a unit and they've got like the correct accent. They say the correct orders, and I'm not doing a half-assed job with some AI or some like bullshit voice acting. I don't know, you know. Preparing to charge. I remember, no shade on Rome 2, but I remember being really disappointed with the voice acting in that game. I think the barbarians talk like that, the voice I'm doing. Yeah, and the same voice lines 1,000 times. Agreed. Yeah, that's more annoying than anything else. Hollywood. I would love to, as a joke, just make a Waterloo map and not call it that. And those who know. I already did that. I actually added, I don't know if you guys know, but they're like, the Battle of Antietam is actually in the map. I just don't tell anybody. Da 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 da. All right. Yeah, lucky number. Look out for it. The Battle of Antietam is in the game. It's my favorite battlefield, so I wanted to put it in, but I just did not let anybody know. But it's clearly, I took some creative liberties, so it's not a one-to-one. But it is, once you see it, it's hard to unsee. I think War of Rights players will spot it. I mean, that'll be a cool Easter egg for them. Do you want me to show you? I'll load it up real quick. Once I just finish the hills. Let's see. Did I finish them? Yeah, I have some new hills. I extended the forest. See how we're extending everything out? And we're going to save this under map 1 large. I think my Antietam is here. Here is Antietam. Oh, look how small it feels. It does feel tiny now looking at the other one. But look, this is the Bloody Lane. That's Dunker Church. There's the cornfield. There's the East Woods. There's the West Woods. I forget what the hill is called on the left. And then the river would be wrapping around there. The Union assault comes through here. The Confederate position is around there in Dunker Church. And then lined up on the Bloody Lane. That's roughly the northern part of Antietam. But yeah, it looks like this if you see it. If you ever see this church, that's my Dunker Church impression. But I'll go back to my other map. Griffin, when will we have naval battles? I will not do naval battles. I ain't doing it. It's too much work. What else do we need to add? Just junk. Let's add some random junk. Bushes, tree stubs, rocks, floral. That seems good. There we go. If only you could copy and paste a map and invert the axis. Yeah, it's not that easy. Divvy Day, it's not that easy. I'll say this like a final time. The game is not 3D. It's not a 3D game. Like, look at the perspective here. Everything breaks. There's no behind the tree. It's invisible. If it's flipped, if a tree is flipped, look. If you rotate this, there's nothing behind it, right? It's all an illusion. There is no 3D. All the buildings are one-sided too. There's no way to flip this around. All you would need to do is post-release, you would just give the player a northern spawn and give the AI a southern spawn. And make that an option. And that's it. And then you get to play on every map backwards, and now you've got double variety. Like, that's really easy to do. We just don't have the time right now. All right, and then we just need to add some farms. So, let's get a little waddle going on. Oh. Much easier than before. You see my new tool to create fences? I used to have to place every piece of fence by hand. The important thing is, though, you don't want to make it look too robotic, right? If you just do a big, long line, it looks fake. So you have to add lots of little points. There's like a little entrance. And last time I did this, it broke my game when I saved. So let's do this and then hit save and see what happens. Make sure it doesn't break. Sounds like Alex Jones. There's no trees. You can't look behind them. Yeah. No, they're just it's all 2D. Next game we'll do 3D. We just, give us time, man. Oh, what the hell happened here? I don't know why all these holes are made. Why is that? Why were those holes made? One of these didn't spawn. So, that's what it is. Yeah, one of these yeah, that's fine. So we'll just fix that. You know what we'll do? I actually like whenever there's gaps, sometimes I'll put a couple trees like that. I think that's kind of cool. But this looks decent. Now, the one thing I will say is the spline tool with the hedges doesn't look very good, so I have to do hedges by hand still. But yeah, this is by far the most time-consuming part, is doing big farms. There we go. So you add a farm there, we'll probably add one more farm over there, and then one over here. And any gaps we accidentally create, we fill in with trees. That's our rule. Let's make this one really long. How cool would that be? Just a huge... This will be like a wheat field, because those are quite big, aren't they? You know what I messed up, though? So you don't want these trees in your area, right? Farmer would probably cut those down. So what I'll do is I'll just have it curve in, and then we'll cut down the rest of the trees. And make all of that like a big wheat field that just runs along the road. Like that. And then we can actually concentrate these trees right there. I mean, the map is actually going to get cut off by that point, so you won't even see that as a player. And then we want to make sure... I like big fence lines because you can line up so many troops along them, so I think that's generally better than smaller farms. So I think that one's pretty cool, that one's pretty cool. And then maybe this one we could like bend it so it goes along the river. I think that would be kind of neat. So it'd be kind of like... I like when it kind of conforms around the terrain too. But this can be like a really big farm. And then I like to subdivide it into sections after. And I think we're getting a little too big, so we'll stop the size expansion there. That's pretty cool. And then I'll do like a half built one right here. You can see how long just the fences take, like for the farms. So you could imagine adding on the horizontal on top of this would be a little tough. What's cool though is like once the game's out, if people beg for even bigger maps, there's no reason I can't go back and, you know, add those horizontal extensions. I will say once we finish this and make it look really nice, we're going to play on it one last time. And if we love it and we're really sure about it, I'll do it to the rest of the maps. And that'll be my goal for today. There's one fence piece there. There, I think I'm happy with those as the farms to extend it out. Seems good to me. And then we'd want to add in like that. There, and then what we do first, I like the idea of the wheat on this one. Can this game run Doom? Yeah. And this is like a pasture. You see how it's like bright flowers. So that it's like for grazing. And then what we do is we're gonna add bushes, which I should probably do that now. We add little hedges that separate different farm plots. That's what I like to do. The trees help do that too. Kind of like that. You can kind of like let the trees interrupt it now and then. No one would have a fenced-in wheat field. Well, the thing is, what would happen back then is when people would walk animals along the road, animals would go and then, because everyone had horses, right? The animals would go and they would eat the wheat or the hay. And what farmers would often do is just fence in specifically along roads. So anytime I do farms and things along roads, I typically fence them in. But this is also not like a farming simulator, so I'm sure it's not the most realistic. If you were a farmer, you probably think I could probably improve it, but without a fence, it just looks odd because the texture just comes out of nowhere. We could try it without it, but the issue is just, there's just so many horses on the roads, and pigs and things being transported. So if you don't fence in all your stuff, animals will just go in and just eat all your shit. Nowadays you have cars, so it's just less of a problem. Especially big commercial wheat fields. You really don't need you don't need to fence everything in like you did back then necessarily. And I also like to usually leave one plot just plain like that for crop rotation. There. So it's just a little farm on the side there. Hoping for Master Command crop rotation sequel. Yep. Sorry, man. No sequel. Is that cabbage or potatoes? Raspel, are you the same guy who asked about the fences, or is this a new guy now? It's a new guy. Oh, jeez. I don't know, guys. Should I just delete all the farms and I'll just, you know what? Game's not coming out. Sorry. The farms aren't accurate enough. I'm so sorry, guys. We're delaying it. I gotta bring in the farmer experts. There we go. There we go. I'm happy with those farms added to the vertical. Yeah, that's good. I would like to see some fields with hops and grapes. Morgan, I think, like, when you guys watch this, you're only looking at a farm, right? When I work on this game, though, what I look at is a map that's unfinished, that I've 9 more, and I have to make 7 more on top of that. And I also have to fill out tooltips and localization, and I have a new trailer due next week. And then I need to rebalance a bunch of stuff based on the survey that was put out. And I've also got to check on it because we got people pirating the game right now on the demo and getting access to the full game, so we got to address that. I've got to test out every artillery piece in the game and probably rebalance on all of them. So when we look at this, I know you're looking at a nice peaceful farm and you're like, oh, some nice hops and grapes would be nice. But for me, I'm just like, get the fucking farms done. Let's go. Let's move. That's the voice in my head. So in terms of adding hops and grapes, it just won't happen. It just won't happen for this game, man. Maybe in the next game. But it's very easy to look at it from that perspective. If I was on a team, if there were like 10 of us, and if I was in charge of map creation, I would be like, you know what, let me throw in a request. I think hops and grapes would be great. But it's just me and one programmer and one UI animation developer. That's it. That's us. So we're doing our best, and we're moving as quickly as we can. Plus the artist. There's one artist on the project at the moment. We have a couple artists from the channel I pulled in to help me with emblems, but what's it called? He is having his wedding soon, so I can't really give him much more work at the moment. But there's very few of us, okay? We're very small. Not to deflect all suggestions. Not to deflect it, okay? Oh, I'm sorry, Strat Gaming Guides. I put in 50 hours in less than a week. It's an amazing game. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. That's awesome. I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, I get you. That's what I thought. No bad feelings. Yeah, by the way, I'm not like picking on you specifically or anything. I just anytime people watch, they come up with first of all great suggestions. They're not actually bad ideas, right? But it's just good for me to address it because if there's 100 people here and everyone else wants to give their input too, I can kind of preemptively be like, hey, look, I'm doing my best right now. I think the HRE was mentioned as a future possible faction. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to do a roadmap, but I just need to finish the game first and see how well it does. Because there's a chance the game comes out and no one likes it, okay? There's a chance. There's a chance people love it. There's a chance it goes viral and everybody loves it. And I'd love that to happen. It could happen, right? But we don't know. So we are patient, we're mature, and we take our time, and then we see what happens. And if people love it, and you guys enjoy it, and it sells really well, then we'll make you some cool shit. So, but if I preemptively announce, guys, I've got a 1-year roadmap, season pass. this is gonna be a live service road. Here's the roadmap. I'm committing to 2 years. And then we release it, and we're like, oh, it did fine. Then I'd be lying to you guys, and we couldn't do it, and I'd have to tell you we couldn't do it anymore. So I don't want to do that. So we're going to take our time. We're going to be nice and careful. Be smart. I'm already not being smart by extending all the maps vertically against the advice of my developers as well. But at least with this case, this is just one experiment. If we don't like it, I can throw this away pretty easily. I'm honestly almost done. Once I color this in, that's the last farm. And then we just have to add a little texture painting, and then we're done. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, the MOC Battle Royale is on our Season 1 roadmap. Pre-order now and buy the Season Pass. I am happy you guys have liked it, though. It's really cool. It's cool having made a game that people like. That's hard to do, because sometimes you don't know what's fun, and it's cool having made something that people enjoy. I've always loved making games and making experiences and things, so it's been cool to do it well. And I don't even really like YouTube that much, but making little games and experiences, I love doing that. And if I get to do that, if I get to do it for a living, I'd be so happy. And I'd make a lot of cool shit. Getting to combine the passion of making a game and making it historical too, that would be pretty cool if we can do that. So a lot of indie devs dive straight into the large-scale browser-based MMORPG. Yeah, I mean, we did that, dude. We did that with Fire Maneuver, almost bankrupted the fucking studio with that. So it's a miracle we got to make this, but I got to learn the lessons, and I'm lucky. Very few other developers would have a second chance, and I only had a second chance because I siphoned income off my YouTube channel. So I am very lucky to get the second chance and learn from my mistakes. You did. Look at that. Nice little texture painting. Let's brighten things up a little bit. I think you have a winner on your hands. The demo's a blast. I'm sure it's already outdated compared to release. Yeah, honestly, we're changing so much. We've got, can I just say, guys, I'm so fucking hyped up for the customization. I can't even describe. I want to show you so bad, but I also want you to see it for your first time. It's not, okay, I don't want to hype it up too much. It's not like you can, like, you know, change the angle on the hat that you're wearing or something like that. It's simple, okay? But I get to basically make, I don't know, I get to make some cool uniforms, and I'm really excited for that. I can't show you because I want you to see it for the first time. It's just so damn cool. And I think it's more fun if it's a surprise, right? Like, I can show you on release day. I've already said so much. I have said a lot already about it. So I don't want to ruin it. No. You. The edging is crazy. You know what's funny, dude? What's that, Ken Burns? You know Ken Burns? And do you know Theo Von? Theo Von's like a comedian who's got a podcast, and Ken Burns is the documentary maker. And they did an interview together, a podcast. The first thing that was said is, Theo said, "Are you comfortable?" And Ken Burns, again, he made Ken Burns Civil War. The Ken Burns Effect is named after him. He's like a famous documentary maker. And Ken Burns is like, "Well, I like to sit at the edge of my chair. I'm more of like an edge kind of guy." And Theo said, "Oh, dude, they're calling that edging nowadays. The kids are calling that edging." I was like, oh my gosh. Immediately, as soon as the podcast began, you're explaining edging to Ken Burns. That's fucking crazy. Fence guy here. They used hedges in Europe. Wood was just too expensive. Bless your heart. Americans use fences. Yeah, I know. I honestly did it for variety. And at least we're using a European style fence, which are called not worm fences. They're called what is it called? It's the medieval style it's called not fencing, fences. At least we're using, gosh, what are these called? It's, someone else will know. The fencing guy will know in the chat. It's this bottom one. It doesn't, our fences don't look exactly like that, but it's more like these, which I forget what they're called. But no, you're right that wood fences were used more commonly in wattle. Yeah, wattle fences, that's it. Not wattle, but wattle, that's it. But yeah, these were definitely used more commonly in like colonial America because there was so much wood. There's so much wood to cut down, right? And in Europe, there's not as much. But it just looks nicer for variety. You know, if like all of this was bocage and hedges, Like, doesn't this look a little nicer? So that was just kind of an aesthetic choice. If it bothers you guys, like, look at this one. I did, like, almost all bocage for this one. If it bothers you guys, I could change it. But I don't think it's that big of a deal, right? But wattle fences were still used in Europe. They're just not super common. And yeah. It's also cool because there's also a ton of forest, right? Like in Europe, you wouldn't have gigantic forests like that all over the place. But because we have them and there's just enough to leave it kind of ambiguous, you could make an American DLC and this could kind of fit in and I don't have to remake every map, right? So, I mean, the maps would have even more forests, but at least some of the maps are meant to be versatile that you could kind of envision, well, is this Germany or is this like Livonia or are we in like southern England? There's a little bit of ambiguity within the maps that allow you to kind of set them wherever you want. So I do like that. That's part of it. This river looks nice. I like the way it kind of curbs there. That's neat. Am I missing anything else, guys, in terms of terrain? I don't think so, right? I think that this forest is too big and the AI gets stuck there, don't they? I think the AI gets stuck. Why don't we chop this and get rid of all that part? Or what do we want to do? I could add one pond. Remind me to add a pond. I'm going to chop this because the AI gets stuck there and it is just too much. And then we're going to add new terrain there. There we go. That looks better, right? Now you have a little forest to hide in, but the AI is not going to like get bogged down. We just add like a couple little trees. And then we'll do a little bit of texture painting on top of that. There. There we go. And then check winter. Winter looks good. Check summer. Summer looks good. I'm happy with this. Now we have to do terrain, okay? Bigger maps. Yeah, Warband, I did a vertical extension on the maps. So you can see there, these 3 tiles are new. Just to give you... now it's a 3x3, which I think is better. Griff, you've been in northern PA. Those forests are just straight haunted. Yeah, where I grew up, it's all forest. I'll show you around where I used to live. I'm not doxing. No one, my family's all moved from Pennsylvania, so I'm not doxing anybody. But let's go to the Poconos. Whoa, where are we? Where are we? Poconos. This is where I used to live. And you can look at the terrain map. And you can see all the communities are just completely engulfed in forest. I don't know where this is. This is not where I lived. I'm just trying to find a spot to drop the... Yeah, it's all forest. So I'm trying to fight my urge not to make everything forested. This is basically everywhere. I don't know if it's like that where you guys live, but look at all the communities. It's just engulfed in forest. I was just camping in the Poconos for a week. Yeah, no, it's... Where's Indian Head Mountain Poconos? This is where we used to hike. I don't know, Indian Head Trail, there it is. This is where I used to hike. Right there. I mean, Indian Head's kind of notorious. I didn't really hike that a bunch, but this thing is like so vertical. But you could look down. Is there like a view? Yeah, look, you can just look out and just see tons of forest and mountains. It's like that whole thing is just covered, which is pretty cool. But Pennsylvania is a little depressing. Everything's always gray, so. But yeah, these are the kind of views you would get. Do a Schwarzwald map and go nuts. Yeah, that's right. All right, so let's do terrain. So here's what I want to do, guys. What do you think about this? I know a lot of people are having an issue forming their troops up on the roads seem fine in my opinion, but people are having trouble forming their guys up on the cover. Look how thin the cover is on like the hedges. Why don't we make the cover zones just way more generous, you know? This is actually pretty generous as it is, but I may even extend this further. Let's go in and redo it. That's my opinion. Forests are fine. I'm actually fine to keep the forests exactly the way they are. But let's give the cover better. Will there be an option to change the WASD? Actually, Jeff, I'm not going to answer your question now because you've got a little attitude, buddy, so I'm not going to answer you. So I'll just ignore you, man. And you can keep yelling at me if you want. But yeah, we're going to extend these. Look how thin the cover zone is. If you were to line up on epic scale, you get like no cover on that. So we're going to extend this much further. I may even try to make my job easier. And look how much time it takes. Look how many points you have to make to draw these out. It takes a really long time, right? So I'm going to redraw them with less precision. And it'll be quicker. And it'll probably give you guys more cover. And there. Okay. And then we'll get rid of this. Forests are fine in my opinion. These I haven't done yet. The buildings I'm going to redo. The lake, that lake is fine. Someone wanted me to add a lake. And that's a little building there. Okay. No, Jeff, you can... I don't know if you can set the keys right now, but you will be able to. I know the developer wrote it down. I just don't know if it's implemented yet. All right, let's move this here. I'm not actually mad at you. I just want to fuck with you a little bit. All right. Let's just move that there. Can I delete the nodes? I forget how to delete these, so I don't want to risk it. Because I'll accidentally delete the whole thing. Okay. So how do we want to do... How do you guys want to do hedges? Should I just... Here's one idea. If you guys don't want to have to micromanage. This might be a bit over... Like, this might be a bit excessive. But I could just... Hold on. This might be excessive, but you tell me. We could just make it so when you're in the farm or on the edge of it, like that, done. Anything in between, you get the farm cover from this. The only thing is it would mean that if you draw the guys on the edge of the hedge, it doesn't give you any bonus. You could just stand in the middle of the hedge and still get the same bonus. But hollowing this out is a little bit tricky sometimes. And so like the difference between this would be if I did... You can see how much more tedious this is going to be. Ready? But it's still doable. And this is more generous. I could do that. There. Because it's really hard to align your troops. Do you prefer this? This isn't too bad. So it's hollowed out inside, so it's still, you still have a purpose to line up on the edges of it. Yeah. Okay. You guys like the edges? All right. Someone's gonna make a joke about it. Flat center giving cover is absurd. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Don't freak out too bad. I got it. Let's do this. Is there any debuff to the fields and forests? Yeah, they the fields will slow you down just a little bit. It will slow you down. It doesn't reduce your stamina, but it slows you. And then the forests really slow you. And the forests also decrease your accuracy, which is not a hidden stat. If you guys click on your unit info panel, walk into a forest and look at your accuracy, and you'll see it go down with a red bar. So you can actually observe how much accuracy it's going to reduce. And we're going to give a buffer around the towns too. So like that will be a town cover. Because your regiment is like this size. So we've got to give like a little buffer. I think all the buildings should give like a nice little buffer. Like that. And we have to set this as building type. But yeah, we can simultaneously expand the verticality of all the maps whilst also expanding all the cover zones, which I meant to do as well. So it's two birds with one stone. We can fix all the cover finally, and you get less, you're less constricted when you form up your army. So I think this is good. Have I thought about switching the map directions? Yeah, that'll be an option like on release. I mean, I could implement it. I could implement this, what you're saying. By the way, with this generous, you know what's kind of cool, guys? With the more generous farm zones, look what happens. One second. Look what happens in between this road. Now, basically, if you stand in between the road here, is there a way to turn this off? You're getting cover from both sides. So this is like an optimal cover position, standing in the road between two fences, which is really cool. Yeah, it's like the sunken road almost. Yeah. So now that road becomes more valuable, which is pretty cool. What was I going to mention, though? Wasn't I going to mention something else? I forget. That we're going to make new maps or something? I don't remember. And then honestly, with the buildings here, I'm going to make it so all of that provides... You know what, though? Why wouldn't the middle row in between the buildings also give cover? Because you're in between the buildings. So why don't we go real generous? And what do you guys think about this for the building cover? Maybe the edge of the building is good. Like, be really precise there. So if you're spilling out, you don't get any cover. But then, in the inside, be super generous, which we're going to do in a sec, to where if you're anywhere inside here, you get cover completely. So the idea is if you're standing completely outside the buildings like that, you get nothing. But once you enter, all of this is just going to give you really good cover. I think that this is much easier for me to do, as you can see, but it's also way clearer for a player, I feel. We will, that's a great question. We will add eventually a thing where you can hover over areas and it'll tell you what cover there is. Right now we don't have that, but we will add it soon, okay? You'll just have to be patient with us. Someone was talking about, okay, yeah. Look, what we could do, I'm open to this. If you guys want me to, I can set it so that you can spawn from the north side or the south as a randomization. The issue that I just want to be clear with is that when you draw your units, you will be drawing them out backwards every time you want to advance. That's the only thing that I have to warn you about, which is very awkward to play with. But it's all or nothing. Either you want me to add it, and now it's a 50-50 shot spawning north or south, or we don't add it. But I can do it. It's not hard. But you are going to be doing everything backwards. I used to actually have that in the game, and I was getting confused, and I removed it for me. So, that's too much. I'll just kind of do like a radius around buildings. I kind of like that idea. Hell no, everybody's saying no, yeah. So that's why I was thinking of, if we did that, it would be an option in the options menu. But that requires us to do it post-release. But I was getting confused too, so... By the way, I have one idea that you guys are going to kill me for. You tell me what you think of this. You tell me what you think of this. That I was thinking of adding a terrain zone called Encircled. And the terrain zone would look like this. One sec. Like that. It'd be in all four corners. So if you put your army in the corner, you get the encircled modifier, and you get like a morale debuff. Also, if the AI got pushed into the corner, they would get the morale debuff. If anyone goes in the corner the men get scared because they're being pushed into a corner. Because right now I see people play and they hide in a corner, and that's the optimal way to play. But if there was a negative, it would be interesting to do that. So I don't know. But I don't have a tutorial or anything to explain that, but it'd be very easy for me to include. And by the way, like I said, the AI also would suffer just as much as the player would. So if you push the AI into a corner, they would get a debuff called the encirclement debuff. Could I create a clone of the map and spawn in the north? I don't really think so, because all the assets are two-dimensional. So they're all going to get broken if I do that. Am I being not generous enough with the cover? I think I'm being pretty generous with it. I guess the issue is, like, if you lined up a regiment against the hedge like this, you're barely getting any of the cover. But see how much more I put here on the inside. So I feel like I'm not being generous enough with the outer, like there. Because it kind of encourages you to stand in the middle of the hedge. But it's very finicky, as you can see. I'll just have that in mind going forward, but I don't think it's a huge deal right now. It's at least an improvement off of what we have now. I think as long as it's better than what we have now, it's fine. But I will just make sure I don't have a bias towards the inside of the farm. And make sure they're a bad equal. And for buildings, I'm going to just do like a radius almost. Like that. What if you get at a historical battlefield? I can do that. There are a few in the game, actually. There's Hohenfriedberg, Zor, Kostazitz, I think one other. See, I always have this bias towards not giving the outer any attention. But I think we can't go wrong with being generous, because these don't give that much cover to begin with. They give like 30% cover if you're fully in them. And most of the time you won't be able to be fully in them. So what do you get, like 10% cover? So I don't mind being generous, because they're really awkward shapes anyways. As long as you're not getting like 100% cover by standing in the middle of the field. In this particular case, I feel like, yeah, there's only a small dead zone there. AI doesn't have corners. Or sorry, AI doesn't hide in corners, and players have the right to do so. Yeah, I guess so. I think the issue I'm having is the players who are corner camping are complaining about the AI. So they corner camp and then say, hey, how come the AI isn't more effective? Because I'm sitting in the corner and they can't flank me, so what's going on? And then I go, well, I don't know what to say. The real solution would be to have objectives on the map that give you points for taking them, but it is a little gamey to do that. And it's very time-consuming to do, and takes up development time, and you have to teach the AI to do it. And if the AI does it wrong, it breaks the entire flow of the whole game. And the game's about to launch, so obviously we're not doing that. But you can see kind of the dilemma. But I get lots of complaints by people who sit in the corner and say the AI is not doing a good enough job. And then I don't know what to say. Does the AI ever hold position? Not yet, but we have that behavior. It's just not hooked up right now. So that'll come maybe post-release. We also have something that's not hooked up yet, which is AI that can change behaviors based on the nation they're playing as, which is really cool. But again, it's not ready yet. With AI, I want to be really, really clear with this. I'm sure you guys know more games with bad AI than good AI. Is that an accurate statement? That the majority of games you play likely have worse AI than the ones... Like, when was the last time you complimented a game's AI? For me, that very rarely happens, okay? So what I'll say about that is, if you change one little tiny thing about the AI behavior, you could break almost everything which is why I prefer a stable and straightforward, balanced AI than trying to code in a lot of complex behaviors, which can be cool in very specific use cases. And then the moment the AI has a weird, odd, awkward position, the whole thing breaks and they're spinning in circles. So would you rather have like a consistent AI that might be a little bit dumb sometimes, or AIs that sometimes really smart, but other times completely leaves a flank open and the entire force gets itself killed? Like, that's not good to me. So you really have to be careful with AI. It sounds simple, but it is very, very difficult. And we have one programmer not only on AI, right? Usually a game has an AI team of programmers. Well, we have one programmer making the entire game by himself. So then you tell Tom, hey, can you make a super ultra advanced AI? And suddenly you've now, he'll say, okay, sure, but the shooting combat in the game is going to be not as good. Or the saving and loading feature might be broken on launch. You know what I mean? Like there's always a trade-off. And when you have one guy, I don't have a team. We don't have a budget. It's just me. I'm not paid. The developers are paid very little. They're getting a percentage, so if the game does well, they'll be very happy. But nobody here is on a good salary. I'm not even on a salary for the game. So we're all just, there's a few of us and we're doing our best, okay? But it's not a I hate to bring that up a bunch because I feel like I'm a broken record with it. But I'm trying to give you an honest reason. It's like if I had 4 AI programmers and told you, no, the AI cannot learn how to be on defense, that would be kind of bullshit, right? It's like, well, what else are those guys doing? But if it's just us, it's like anything you do to expand the complexity of the game always has a little knock-on effect somewhere else. So you always have to be, I mean, right what I'm doing now, what I'm doing at the moment with making this map more complex, I am not doing the tooltips on the unit description, so you get less clarity when you buy a unit. So there's the sacrifice. You have better maps right now, but you guys are going to be more confused when you play with these units. So there's another trade-off. There's always trade-offs. I also am supposed to be finishing the tutorial right now. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. And so you might have a slightly worse tutorial because I'm trying to make the maps good. But I'll still have time. We have like a week and a half. But you can definitely see you just got to be careful. That's all. Yeah, I would like to make the Battle of Leuten. I really like that battlefield. And the Leuten battlefield has really nice terrain. It's got this like big town, dead center, and all the fighting is in this like very wide town. It's kind of like the map would be like this with like a little river and like some creeks and shit. And then in the dead center, it is a town that looks basically like that. And you have all the roads going through it. And then each force would deploy here and here. And so you would both be basically fighting over this big town, which would be really cool. That's like the Leuten battlefield. Is there a better example? Yeah, look at this one. You see that river? And then look at the big town right in the middle. So that would be really cool. I wouldn't do it the other way. I would do it where the fighting actually was. Like, for me, you could do the map a few ways. You could do it like, I mean, what do you guys think? You guys could actually tell me. Would you prefer if you spawn down here and the Austrians spawn here and then you actually physically move your guys over to flank like was done historically to fight over the town? Or do you like the map being pre-made like this so that your force already spawns on the flank? Kind of like that. And then the battle is kind of fought over the town where you're fighting like this and then they're fighting to hold it. And the town's kind of like this big central point in the middle. So both, like either of those could be cool. I don't know. Let me know what you guys prefer, like the one where you have to flank or the pre-adjusted kind of version. I don't know. I don't know what to call those the two options, but yeah, spawn on flank or spawn head on, I guess, are the two options with that. I think spawning on the flank would be cool because you just get to have that cool town battle. You're saying I don't think a tutorial is necessary? No, a tutorial is definitely necessary, dude. Yeah, if you don't have a good tutorial, you just get... people are going to be frustrated. I mean, I showed my wife the game, and she was able to watch the tutorial, or play it, and she understood the game, and she doesn't play these kind of games, so that's good. Like, you want a tutorial that anybody can jump into and try it out. You guys can see how long this takes just through the vertical extension. Imagine we had added the horizontal on top of this. We're still not done. Do hills only give an accuracy? They give accuracy and morale regeneration rate, actually. Which we don't say explicitly, but yeah. Okay, all of that is done. The terrain is all set. That is done. You know what I kind of want to do? Nah, I don't want to do that. I would say if I remade this map from scratch, I'd move the town up so that it's more fought over evenly, but I think it's fine. Hills don't allow you to shoot over players because the hills are... Look at the hills in this perspective. They're really just flat, okay? So when you look at it like this, it looks big. But when the player does bend the camera down, it doesn't look that tall. How come every hill has no trees? They do have trees. I don't know what you're talking about. They have plenty of trees. They all have a tree on them, actually. This one doesn't. I could put a tree on it if it makes you happy. Here. This is your tree. There. So when I set regiment on a hill, they aren't firing over the regiment in front of them. They are not. If that's an expectation you guys have, we could maybe look into altering that, but the hills look so flat that I thought it would be awkward, so I just said not to bother with it. Like, it's actually possible to functionally do that, but I just said not to. I told the developer not to because the hills look too small. Your artillery can fire over your guys' heads, though. And your infantry can fire over the heads of open order light infantry units, which is very useful. There's no hill with a forest. Some maps do have it. This map just doesn't. But there are plenty of maps that do actually have that. There's even a map with a hill that has a town on it. Yeah, I just have to finish the river zone that I forgot about on top of that. And then I'm being kind of sloppy with the zones here, but it's not a huge deal. It doesn't have to be super precise. As long as the player's near the road and gets a speed buff, it's okay. And then this river just has to be extended. What about mountains? Well, the game is 2D, so if I add mountains, it's going to look even worse. It's funny how many people are tricked by the illusion. This whole thing is like a 2.5D project. And it is funny how many people are like, wait, how come I can't turn the camera fully around? It's like, well, take a look at the assets just a little closer. There we go. Fish, purely because it's fun, dude. Honestly, just because it's fun. The open order men crouch or lay down, and you can fire over them. And I just enjoy being able to fire over them. You can do that in Napoleon Total War and in Empire Total War. And I think in Shogun Total War, and I just enjoy doing that. If you go in Napoleon, you put your guys in light infantry doctrine, you can fire over them. And I like that ability to do that, so. Okay, the only thing we forgot about are buildings. How did I forget? This took a really long time, honestly. Yeah, honestly, the buildings should be fully 3D. We just ran out of money, and I could not afford for the modeler to finish the backside of the buildings, which I know sounds ridiculous, but you just this is not a. I don't like that building there. We just did not have the money to do it. In Fire Maneuver, we actually did. We had more. We had a bigger budget and probably double the amount of people working on it. So we actually did finish the buildings in that game. That's why that game was fully 3D. But I literally ran out of money, so you can see if I spin this around, I didn't have enough money to finish the backside of the building. It is what it is, man. We're doing everything we can to get this game done. So it is what it is. Okay. Those buildings are done. There's little farmsteads now, hills. This looks like a pretty natural extension. Am I missing anything? I have cover. Sorry, I have elevation. I have all the terrain. And I guess the deployment zones all need to be altered. So let's overhaul the deployment. Yeah, let's just get it out of the way. It's going to be a mess, but here's what we have to do essentially. We've got to build a new template for how deployment's going to work. So the large has already been extended, which is nice. And what's cool is, by the way, once we dedicate this time to making all of this deployment, we only have to do it once. We only have to do this once. Because I get to copy and paste it, all the data, onto the other maps. So this part's going to be a little... it's going to be like 5 or 10 minutes. More like 10. But once it's done, we get to port it into all the maps, and that's quite nice. This is called a playable zone. So we want to look at actually playable. So the scale could be 1400 by 1400, so it's a perfect square, which is actually quite nice. And 750 by 750. And that should center us. It looks a little bit off. But not by much. I feel like it should be like 760. You know what we need is the camera needs to be out further. By 2000. Don't forget to add a pond. I don't think I will. I just think we have to finish this one. That was a good idea reminding me though, because we were supposed to, but I just think I think I just have to get this done. Why does 750 look skewed, you know? Doesn't look actually centered. 770? I think 760 is centered. How about the height? Yeah, the height is also a little off. No, it should be 760, 760, I guess, yeah. Or is it, or do we go 770? I'll try that here. Does that look more centered? That probably does, actually. Yeah, that's more centered. So that's the large. And you're fighting primarily over the forest there, which is neat. Does AI think about terrain? They'll use it like... the weight for the AI using the terrain is extremely low, but they'll sometimes use like a cover position, but they're primarily interested in just trying to form a battle line and engage you. Otherwise, they're going to form some weird formations. So in effect, like primarily not. Um, let me just check my messages to make sure I'm not neglecting anything. I don't think I am, which is good. So that's the large deployment zone. Medium is this. You know what's really cool, guys, about medium is look at the variety we get. Here's what it used to be between medium. It was always the same spawn, right? But now, what's really cool about medium deployment zone is we can actually adjust it and move it north in some cases. So you're going to get so much more variety. I think this is going to be great. I'm real excited to do this. 770, 520, 25, 530. That looks good. This part of the map is more interesting to me, so I'm going to make it so A, B, and C all use this. Is there a way I can copy the scale? Copy. Actually, position. Copy. Paste. There we go. And then what we want to do, B, C, the D and E, right? We can paste their position, but check this out. We're going to go to the Z. And what was it, 535? Well, why don't we try like 835? And now look, we can play on a totally different part of the map. Like that. In fact, you could probably get away. You know what would be really cool, actually? What could be really neat that I think I want to try to do. And again, we only have to do this once, so I'm feeling stressed out right now. It feels a little precarious. Feels like there's a lot of shit here, but again, we only have to do it once, but what if like they just slowly incremented down? And again, this part I only have to do one time. Once the data is set, you get to copy and paste this onto all maps. So this data part is time consuming, but you get to do it one time and it's perfect. And you can move it to everything else. 535 is the minimum. Then let's try 635, 735, 835, and 935. So see how it slowly pushes up. And then we don't like spawning claustrophobically, right? So let's add another 100, even for the bottom one. So we'll start at 635, 735, 835, 935. Watch me ruin this. 1035. Yeah, I skewed everything too far up again. Let me undo that. Gosh, I wish I could zoom out further. I guess I can. Let me go back real quick because I just want to see everything. Oh, beautiful. That's much better, isn't it? And this is the play zones, playable colliders. Why don't we do, what's the first one we start with? 6. Why don't we do 500? No, 550. Actually, is it possible to just go 600? 700? 800? 900? And 1,000? What's wrong with doing that? It's still a little skewed up north, so I would subtract everything by like 50 maybe? No. 970, it would be 75. Be 1075? No, wrong way. Hold up. 900, 1,000. We would go 975 here, right? Because we're subtracting 25 from it. So that would be 875, 775, 675, and 575. How's that looking? I bet you go, but then we're back to the 550 issue, aren't we? Unless we go 60. Like 560 might be better. 660, 760, 860, 960. That seems good, right? That's really cool, though, that you could now play on all these different, like it could push the map around. I really like that. That's going to add a lot of variety, I feel. And then large will just always be the one large spot, right? Or do we want to make 2 spots for large where you could play on the north? Because didn't we say that for large we didn't want to use the whole map necessarily? Like, I wonder if that's medium. No, you know what? Do you guys like just playing on the whole map for large? You only get to the large battles in Act 3. So the vast minority of battles are played on large anyways. But large should probably feel like a big deal, right? And then if we don't like it, we could just bring the spawn zones just a little closer. But for medium, you have a chance of going here, or there, or here, or there, or here. That one's quite cool. I mean, look at... Is that the highest you can go? No. I think I made... That's the highest you can go. So look at this new spawn zone. If you were in medium, you would basically spawn with the forest in front of you. You'd push up, and then you'd have this big open field to fight across. Yeah, this is randomized. That's right. But this is kind of neat. I mean, as soon as you spawn, you'd be like, all right, I'm just going to hold this position. This is perfect. This is used for if each side has like 9 units on each side. So you'd have like 3 in the middle, 3 for a flank, and 3 for a flank. And then this one is used if you have like 20 units or more than 15, let's say. And then, you know what we could do, Raspel, is the variation on large could just be the spawns, but not the play zone. Does that make sense? Oh, I completely forgot. I'm such an idiot. We don't even do play zones anymore. We don't even use the play zones. What we do is we just move the spawns around. The play zone's always the same. I'm a fucking idiot. Oopsie. Yeah, the scale of this, that actually saved me a ton of work, is now that. And the position of this is now that. It's been a while, guys. It's been a while. But yeah, the play zone's always the same. And then what we do is we just make the spawn zones different. So you're always going to play on this massive map, but if you're just starting the game, the spawn zones are going to be like right next to each other. So this way you feel like you're fighting in a big area around you, but you're fighting basically a skirmish over one part of this map. And then deployment zones, this is where we can change some stuff. So here are the current deployment zones. All right, you ready for my very precise measuring system? I'm just double checking. Yeah, the AI is slightly forward, but that's okay. Hiding enemy deployment spawn? Maybe, we might do that. Do we like where both sides are spawning here? It looks like they're both going to fight over this middle section. I bet what we could do... Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save this. This is exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to save this. And then watch. We're going to jump over to a regular map, pull the spawn zones there, and compare, and then create a middle point. Because we don't want the whole map to get used. Otherwise, you're going to be in the fog, right? You're going to be pressed against the corner. So what we're going to do is now jump over to map 1. And then we're going to take a look at, on a regular map, where those spawn zones are, and then bring that data over. Gosh, look how tiny this feels now. Now this feels too small. Now I feel like I can't go back. Spawn zones. What else is... Oh, deployment zones. So yeah, I'm going to bring these over. I'm going to copy their position there. And then I'm going to go back to large and then paste them in. And then we can compare directly. I wouldn't do diagonal because drawing out the formations is just awkward. I don't think it works too well, in my opinion. So the old spawn zones are here. These are the old spawns, which you can see how thin and narrow they are. And so let me do a little screenshot just for planning purposes. The distance we had before was that. That was the previous distance. So measuring it here, we're getting... Honestly, this seems perfectly fair with this current setup. You're just getting this little extra buffer, that's it. And your spawn zone is way less cramped. I think this is fair. So the new distance looks like that. The actual new distance you're getting is that much. They need to be balanced. You can't camp in a corner. Yeah. I think that is what it normally looks like. They're very narrow. And now it'll be like that. And I think this encourages you less to camp in the corner, because now you can actually run up and take the town and hold this nice position. I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the one thing I do find, though, is I think it's a little too large. I think it could just be like that. Maybe even 1100. I mean, we could go 12. 1200's not too bad. And then in height, 100, I think 150 is good. Yeah. I think that's nice. And then get rid of this. So that would be the large spawns. Let's add huge negative morale corners while we're at it. I could. Do you guys want... I could put a poll. Do you guys want the anti-corner camping morale debuff? Yes, anti-corner camping. No, leave it. You tell me what you want. The encircled debuff. I don't even have to add it today, but I'm just curious what you think of the idea. What if the corners have the good cover? Well, that's the sacrifice, and you don't want to stick yourself. It'd only be the very corner of the map, right? Like, looking at this, what I would probably do is I'd probably make it that. So really, it would just be if you stuck yourself literally here that you would get the encircled debuff. But if you were to fight just like generally over here, it'd be fine. It'd just be if you stuck your troops here. I mean, this isn't even advantageous, to be honest, because the enemy's going to bomb you and you're just going to get blown up in the corner, so I don't know. I don't think it's necessary now to do, but it is a funny idea. So I'm happy with this for the large. And for medium, what do I currently do? First, I think medium needs to be... These are all the mediums, right? I think the mediums need a little bit more width, slightly. No, they're good on width, actually. It's just the height. What do we do with the large? We do 1200 and 150. 1200 and 150. Here we could go 800 and 100. That, I think, is better. So even for medium now, you just get a little bit more wiggle room. You're not as cramped. We will make the AI eventually defend. It is already designed. It's just not implemented. We just don't have the time right now. And then what I want to do here with these spawn zones, I know I keep saying that over and over again, whatever, is the positioning. What does small look like? Small's like not that much smaller. I wouldn't mind if small was just a little bit closer, or do you guys like how small is? Small is when you have like 3 units. I think small is actually fine. I don't want to touch that. I think medium just needs a slight extension now that we have more verticality, right? Small is like the baseline, and then medium, because we have the verticality, let's actually play into it. Because large is all the way back there. So I think what we do is... we hide large real quick. Open up all the mediums. Grab. Damn, I wish they had different names. Okay, I'm recognizing the pattern. I am not recognizing the pattern. God damn it. Okay, those are all my mediums. I kind of want to put their positions in a unified area for now, and then space them out. 750 appears to be kind of centered. And we don't want the player too close to the back of the map. So like 150 is good. Maybe 200? 200 is good, because why do you need to be all the way back there? That's good. So 750 and 200. So select every other one and then the bottom. Every other one and then the bottom 2. Make these 750. And let's now actually get some good use out of our map. And large looks like that. There, medium's a good distance away now. That's good. I think I'm happy with that. Do you think medium's a little too close? What's small at? Small, I think the medium could come a little closer. I think it could be like that. So small looks like this, medium looks like that, and large looks like that. That seems good to me. It's still more than it used to be, right? And then what we do is now we get to play for variety, which is cool. So we get to say, like, this one gets to be 1,000. Yeah. That one gets to be 1,100. And this gets to be 1,200. 1,300 and 1,400? Is that too far back? Am I pushing it a little too far back? I think I am. So let's not worry about ME. In fact, what I want to do is grab ME. Yeah. And maybe even get rid of it. I don't think we need it. No, we do. I know what to do with it. We're going to keep that in reserve. Okay. Let's not worry about that yet. Let's grab this one, which is right there. And now what we do, because we went back, we incremented too far. Yes. Let's ignore this one for now. And I just want to double check how far we pushed. It's about the same. I don't mind if the AI is a little bit forward. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay by me. And then what we do is we grab that's the furthest back, that's the closest, that's good. We unify everything around these. So whatever's under that, we're going to grab the position of. All right, check this out. Move that back. Grab this. And move this up like that. Okay. Then what we do does it look a little bit like it's off-centered? I mean, the perspective's not fully top down, so we don't know. But it definitely looks like it could be pushed to the right a little bit more. I'm going to jump out real quick. We're going to go to battle camera. I'm going to allow the camera to go fully 90 degrees. So I can actually... There, that's a true top down. And now we can make sure these are positioned horizontally correctly. Which it looks like they need to just get shoved. These are deployment. It's odd it says they're different. X should be 750. What is this one? This one you have 765. Interesting, interesting. So that's what we determined to be centered. 765. That's correct. We hide the large. We go back to just this. Sorry, I'm not responding to something. I'm lining this up the way I want it to, and I'm just making sure it's perfect because I only have to do it once. I only have to do this once, so. All right. The next thing we're going to do is now, I like this. We're going to grab one of those and subtract by 600, maybe we just go plain 600. And then the one above it. What am I missing here? Where is it? Right. Okay, it's one of these. Can we actually hide it? No. There it is. So 765 plus 765 would be 1530. Oh, I'm sorry. 765 plus 65 is 830. There. So now you can spawn a little bit left, a little bit right. See, this version on medium, you would spawn with a slight leftward bias and have a big right flank to play on. Whereas this one, you would spawn on the right side and have a left bias to play on. And it's, again, it's not perfectly aligned because we're viewing this at an angle, but why does it look so far? You just check something. That's pretty much right. So I just messed something up here with the math then. $600 normally. Oh wow, okay. Its mine is 165. That's why. It's a full 165. So that would be 930. Yeah, there you go. So there's the biases on each side. And then what you do is here, you do the exact same thing. I messed something up. Why did I mess up? This one needs to get moved over to what? 765, 6. It needs to be moved over 600. Okay. Gosh, I lost it again. Oh, God, this is annoying. There. So you can play forward left or forward right. This one is fine. This one I had turned off by accident. And so this one is the perfect center. There, that's centered in between the two as another variation, perfectly centered. This is what I was trying to do. This took a very long time, but now blue just needs to be a reflection of this. So then what we want to do is turn these off and make sure they are corresponding. So then what you do is look, 600 there. $930 there. This is where we need to figure out. There's an 800 distance between them. 800. So you want to make that 500 to get the same distance there. Then you grab this at 930 and line that up. There you go. That's 500. $500 and $600. And then this one between that and that. Actually, no, that doesn't matter. 800 distance. $650. That's not right. 1150. Is that right? Hold up. 500 and 1300. Oh, it's an 800 difference. I am absolutely right. 800. So then what you do is 1150 minus 800 is 350. There. And now these guys should be pretty much perfectly centered of the map, if I did that correctly. Yep, and then the AI just spawns a little bit forward. That's okay. And now, check it out. Here are our randomized spawn zones. Look at the pattern that we've created there. So you've got a perfect center bias, a left forward, a left back, a right forward, a right back. Lots of different variety there, making full use of the verticality. Then we have a large. Now we have to do small. These are actually set up kind of like that already, which is cool. I just have to exaggerate the small even more. Yeah, this took longer than I thought it would, but it's pretty cool setting it up and having it all work. And we'll test it out. And we actually like the distance. So if you guys have been playing on small at the very start of the game with only 3 or 4 units, there's no change. The map will not feel any bigger. It will not feel any bigger at the start of the game. This only scales at all at the end game. That's it. It's only scaling when you get to the bigger battles to help you have more space for your troops, and I like that. Scale is 800 by 100. This scale is, let's do 100 again, but we could do 600 by 100. Or even 500? Yeah, that seems good. 500 by 100, yeah. There. Is Act 1 HQ fit for large? It's probably a medium, but it might be a large. Actually, either way, medium got extended a little bit too. Medium got a site extension and large got a big extension. So either way, it would still feel bigger than what we have now. All right. So what I need to do here, how do I move both of these at the same time? Maybe scene view? Yeah, look at that. Because we really like the distance already. So all we want to do here is probably bring them up like this. 234 is what it was. Yeah, that's fine. 468. 468 is a weird number. I mean, what's this? 472? That's odd. So let's go 460. No, let's go 470. There. And this will be 470 as well. $773 and 230. There we go. Good. That's looking good to me. I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. How do you play Russians? They have good charging stats and a lot of manpower, so you kind of want to play like Sweden a bit and just fire only a couple times and charge in, I'd say. You also can just get items to improve the accuracy, but if you're having a problem with the shooting, you get the observation units. The observation units are actually kind of like the British. They're very good at shooting. So we're going to bring these up now. This is 230. Crap, I'm wrong. 470 away from the corner. Well, what is this point? 250. It's like 220. Would be 1065. There. Perfect. And then we'll want to pull this back to, what is it, 773? Perfect. And you want to pull 230. 230. Okay, let's save because we're doing a lot of work. It's always nerve-wracking when you hit save and you don't know if it's gonna actually fucking work. Okay. And then we're gonna perfectly center these as close as we can get. I think it's already pretty centered on the horizontal. It needs to be moved over a little bit to the left, it seems. In fact, let's see what we do for medium. Medium E. You do 765. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Because the player's not going to measure it with a measuring tape, you know what I mean? Or maybe they will. Yeah, that's almost perfect. It's like an inch off. Okay. And then we take these two in scene view and try to bring them close to the center here. I don't really know how I would center these. If there's like a tool that would do that, or how to tell what the perfect center point is. I feel like that's pretty close to it. So if you rolled this version of the map, you would spawn... This would be pretty cool, because you'd immediately have your artillery set up and you'd run into the forest and hold it. So that is kind of a neat spawn. Or you could fall back. Yeah. If the game is 2D, how do siege battles work? There are no siege battles, and they won't be added. Because it is 2D. You can't add sieges to a 2D game. There are sieges through encounters, which makes sense, because sieges are something more strategic. It's not a movie-style battle where you run in with a knight, and there's a princess, and you fire a catapult, and you launch yourself into the castle. That's not to say siege assaults didn't exist, but like most sieges are sitting around waiting, starving, and ordering bombardments on walls, and that's how it's actually done through the encounter system that we have. Yeah, you can take a look there. Oh, the last thing we need to do are the rearmost. Which almost needs to be SB. Yeah. Take the SB, the rearmost one. And then let's see. It's wrong. It's 230. 50. 230 minus 50. It's 180 out from the edge, right? 180. So if we grab this, we can go up here and then subtract 180. And get 1304. We'll just round to 1300. There we go. Okay, and then the distance between this one and this one is 408. Sorry, I want to double check that. 773, 233. 230. 543 is the distance. 543. Which is 757. There we go. The position on the left is 1068. Yeah, those just aren't set. It should always be 1065. There. That's perfect. And that means now we can actually load up. Which one do we need to load in? We want SD. There. We have to take the SD ones and just bring these back. Which would mean 1300. And $757. There we go. And now, look at that. So on small, look at the amount of variety you get in the small spawn zones. So you could fight here over the town, or you fight here over the hill, or you fight here in the new verticality, taking the forest and fighting over the center point, or you fight here, which is a brand new addition. This whole entire tile, that whole tile is new. So you fight here over kind of a river and a farm, and you probably want to rush up and maybe try to take the fence, or the enemy might take it, but you do have a hill, so you could leave your artillery back there and just rush that hill, or rush that fence if you can. Or over here, and you have like a little farm on the left you can kind of run up to, and then you can grab your stuff on the right. You might even be able to flank far over there. I'd like regional determined map to battle maps, so that if you fight in Alsace-Lorraine, you don't ever get the same map of fighting in Poland. Navarix, there are 30 regions in the game and 9 maps. So here's the math on that. You ready? With this grand idea that you've got. We would need, how many maps would you want to play on that are unique in each region? You'd probably want at least 10 maps per region, which is easy math. That's 300. So you'd want 300 maps. So you'd want to take my 9 maps to 300. A map takes 4 hours to make. So 300 maps times 4 hours of labor is 1,200 hours. And 1,200 hours to days would be 50 days nonstop on maps. Let's assume that I need to eat and sleep. So that would be, let's say I'd only be able to make maps for a third of the day, because 8, 16, 24 hours. And I'm only working 8-hour days. So you'd take the days and multiply by 3. So that'd be 150 days to months. And that would be if my only full-time job for 5 straight months for 8 hours a day was making maps for regions. That's how you would be able to do that. So I can't do it, dude. I'm sorry. I can't do it. It can't be done. If you did procedural generation, you could. You could do it with procedural generation, but we just don't have that in this game. But in the next game, that would be cool to do. To have like some procedural generated maps, that'd be neat. Is this a problem at all that you spawn kind of forward compared to that one? That one's almost perfectly aligned, actually. That one's just not. So yeah, my math is a little bit off with either medium or small, which isn't a huge deal, but let's see if there's anything obvious. Let's see if there's anything obvious here that something is skewed wrong. Yeah, they're pushed up a little bit forward. That's probably part of it. Whereas if I go to medium, I bet this is almost perfectly centered. Yeah, it's almost perfectly centered. So my medium, the AI is pushed up a little bit, and I probably would pull everyone back a little bit. Yeah. So what I would do is go to deployment, hide SC for now, and bring back SC. Then go to scene view. Gosh, where's SC? Probably be like that. That seems about right. Yeah, that's a bit better. Nice. Pull it back just a little bit. There. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Like, again, no one can measure this, so as long as it's roughly correct. There. Oh, damn, that was tough. That was tough. I hope it's worth it. I mean, we didn't even test the goddamn map. Novrix, I can give out the map editor. I probably will eventually, and I would just do a Steam Workshop, so we don't have to make it a competition. We would just have a Steam Workshop after the game is released, and then people can just add maps. You could probably just do that. But right now, I'm just trying to get the game done. So. All right, I present to you. I present to you. My vertical extended map. Okay, here's the vertical extension on large. Hey Tom, you're on a little stream I'm doing. I'm gonna screen share. This is the vertical extension with no horizontal extension. And one thing I did is I didn't fully utilize the extended map. So for example, I pushed it all the way forward and then made the spawn box just really deep so you had more room. And so the actual distance between the spawns is only marginal. Like, I would say it's about... Oh, what is this? Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. My texture fucking broke. Well, Tom, I don't know what I did. Well, anyways, this is the actual distance increase in total. So it's really not too much, but you get more verticality here. The bigger benefit was that on small scale, the distance wasn't increased, but you can just play on more parts of the map. So you could have a small scale battle over here and then one over here, for example. Whereas previously this map was cut off at around this point. So you'd have to, for the small maps, it'd be like this or this or this. But now it could be that, or that. So you kind of get like 2 new maps on small that you get to play on now with this extension. This is the only thing that's kind of a fucking problem I can see here. Probably had to do with me painting. I didn't add any new layers though, or remove any. The fog, you said? Oh, you're right, it could be. Let's see. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like this chunk, something had happened to it. It's like a straight line there. It's this one chunk. I don't know. It doesn't like it. Yeah, that's all right. What are you up to? Flag editor? Gotcha. Okay. All right, I'm popping back out. Yeah, something happened here. I like the new... Ah, interesting. From far away. No, yeah, no. From far away, it's still broken. Let me load up the map and see what happened there. Okay. So, funnily enough, look, it actually does save properly. This is the correct map. Yeah. I think this is an improvement, though, and all that work on the spawn zones I can carry over to all my other maps. I can just copy and paste it. All this can get copy and pasted. I don't know why that chunk is missing. I'll try to just resave it. Let's call this map 1 newest. And let's see if I just save over it, if we still have that happen to us. So I saved it again. The map looks fine in map editor. Do the terrain look okay? Do have this. Could not find a path to map 1 newest minimap summer. Okay. Let's just call map 1 newest. Oh, it's still just generating the map. It definitely takes a little longer. I didn't get the mini-map to save. Ah, look, the chunk loaded now. So there's just some export error, which is fine. There. I'll turn the fog off for now, just so we can see the full map. And so this would be the large version. The spawn zone's like perfectly snug in the corner. But it gives you, by the way, I can break the game. This is just a dev tool. Ignore that I can leave the spawn box. It's not a bug. But yeah, this gives you plenty of room in your spawn box. Like, if anything, too much. Do you think this is too big? The spawn box here? I could probably lessen the margins a little bit there and a little bit in the height. I think the height is not bad, though, because you get 3 layers and then a little buffer behind it, so you could kind of position. I mean, you wouldn't really use this many layers, though. Like, you're probably going to put everything in the front. So do you think we should just... Do you think we should shorten it a little bit and make it less wide? I don't know if you guys have any opinions on that spawn zone here. But it's quite large now. It takes up, like, the full width. It's probably fine. Okay. But this would be a new battle on the large mode. I don't know if it was worth it in the end. I don't know if I'll keep this or not. So don't be disappointed if you play the game and I don't, and this isn't in the game. Because we have to test how this affects performance and if it's fun. And I don't know either of those right now. I do like that it gives me room to push forward and use the actual map. That Novarix guy is like, I just cannot stand the spam by the fucking Novarix guy. There we go. Anyways, but yeah, I don't know if I'd want to keep this or not in this way. Did you mute? I did mute him for now, yeah. It's just because it's contextually of what he's been begging me to make 300 maps in the game and complaining about every decision I've made, and it's like, all right, if you don't like it, you can just, you don't need to play it. That's all right. Everyone can obviously voice their opinion, but it's just, I already explained to him why I can't make 300 maps in the game, and I'm not making a unique map for every region. It's just, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know, dude. He's a little rough. But yeah, I think this is, the AI seems fine. Like, they've got kind of like a staggered deployment a little bit. That's okay. It seems fine to me. I like that I'm able to utilize the map. Like, this is where the fight would have been over by now. Like, they would have deployed right there, and we would have been fighting right there. So, do you guys, how do you feel about this extension now that you see it in its full sort of finished form? I'd only hope that it doesn't impact performance by adding in like a 33% extension onto my maps. It does look cool though. This is neat. And then you have a whole approach to the battle. Again, I'm just debating. Like, it's going to be a lot of work to do this, so people would have to really love it. Like, really, really love this to justify it. I think it's worth it. I think it is. And it's not like I added many more assets to the map. Let's deploy our guns. And I filled out the map nicely with my, like, I still have room to flank a little bit if these guys take up all the room. And this is a full stacked army. Like, I don't even have enough guys to flank. I only have one, so I don't need another extension over there. I'll finish this battle to completion. And just see if I notice any problems. I'll try to rush this hill. And if I could outflank that guy on the left who's pushing, I can kill him and then swing the rest of the left flank up. This part they're having a little bit of trouble with, but he is getting a target assigned. They just need time to settle into their positions, that's all. It's kind of a similar issue that would happen even if I was playing on the slightly smaller version. I need cavalry to deal with the Grenzers. I'm just going to order a mass charge. There we go. What are these guys doing? Well, they're tired. It's cool, like, the new cover seems to be fairly consistent. You can see here I'm getting a lot more cover now. Yeah, wow, look, I got 65 cover just from lining up on that hedge. And I bet I could actually pull off the hedge a little bit and I'd still get 65. Let's see. Yeah. So look, you don't have to go inside the hedge anymore. You can actually line up on the side of it. So they're fighting over that. That's cool. How are my cavalry doing? They're good. And I'm flanking the grenadier. My grenadiers are getting, like, encircled on this hill. I gotta, like, pull them back. In most cases, they've got a good battle line. Like, that actually looks pretty good. And then they have some reserves back here. That's neat that they're, like, transferring men to another flank. I don't mind that. I think that's cool. The artillery's firing. I think my cavalry got thrown back. I'm gonna move this back. It's getting shot at. I'm about to break the Grenzer on the left, and then I'll pull him back. There we go. They're gone. Is my retreat still turned off? Because they're not retreating. Let's see. Retreat disabled. What the hell? Ah, that's annoying. Yeah, no one's retreating still. But yeah, you can see this battle's being fought over kind of the center of the map here, which seems appropriate. The battle lines don't look too bad. Some parts are a little messy. This part's excellent. Look how nice that looks. And they're actually advancing on me. Now, I don't know why they want to go. Let's see. They want to advance through my lines. Let's see why. It's because I'm retreating. But why would they still want to do that? Oh, wow. They're pushing back the whole flank. That's probably why. They're just trying to swarm this flank that opened up. And they ran into me a little bit. That's okay. The hide UI, I think it's left shift F or right shift F. It's one of those. Um, yeah, so now the question is, do we, let's see what a small version would look like. So let's play on small. And we will probably just delete some of the divisions for now, I guess. So here's a small version. So you can see the spawn zone's a little bit larger. We're still fighting on this area, and then you can see kind of the back area behind them. And then we have our standard right side. It is nice that it's a perfect square. I do like that it's a perfect square to fight over. Are the mini-maps going to be broken now? They're an easy fix. It's not bad. I just have to set the new dimensions for them because it's a square now. So this would just drop down and be like a perfect square in the top right corner. But yeah, small is the same distance. Small is the exact same distance. Let's try medium. Okay. I sound depressed. I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm just stressing because I don't know whether to make this change or not. That's what I'm stressed out about. I don't know if I should commit to this change. One issue could be the retreating AI units eventually recovering and being way further away. That's true, Evan. That's definitely true. That could be a problem. Here's a medium. Gosh, why do those spawns still feel like... I think the fog buffer's huge. Why do we need this much fog? So we can probably pull the fog back to be halfway. I don't think it needs to be covering up that much of the map. Because it feels like... I mean, this is still fine, but... Yeah, this is medium, and they're a little further away on medium. Can you make it for 2 to 3 maps? I would do all... I would make it all consistent. I wouldn't do... You know, you play a battle, and sometimes it goes really quickly and is really small, and then you play a battle, and now it's large, and there's no difference between it. It's just flip a coin. So I don't like that. Finish unit info for Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Oh, that's cool, OH. I may not even, I don't know if I'll use that Google Sheet or not, but I'm curious how you filled it out. I didn't really like how everyone else was writing on it. And honestly, OH, the other thing is I was thinking of maybe switching the system to use a tag system instead of like plus charge plus melee or something. To instead do like confident, comma, shooting infantry, comma, fast unit or something, like tag it with, it's like, what's the morale, what's the purpose, and how responsive is it? Like that was like an idea I had. I don't know if I want to do it or not like that, but that was just one idea. But I'll definitely take a look at how you did it. You could definitely see medium battles take a lot longer, but I am able to like go for certain terrain that I was unable to before. And I could probably flank with like dragoons pretty far over there. OH, do you see the size of the map now, by the way? This took me a little while, but you can see I extended the map verticality here, which I don't know if I should now apply that to the rest of the maps or revert this change. But do you like this idea of this extra vertical bit on the maps? I don't think it's going to really harm performance because it's really not much extra map. It just extends it out a little bit more vertically there. I'm going to get screwed, yeah. I had a good charge impact, but I'm going to lose that. Yeah, I got to pull out. I'll do a vote and see. So you can kind of vote on the vertical change if you like it or not. But it is cool that I'm able to go deep flanking with all this new open country and have like a little cavalry battle over here. That's kind of cool. Oh, they broke too. Do you want any volunteer to help with anything? I don't think so. I think we're in good shape right now. Damn, they can... There's a new AI behavior where they can just flip like that and just shoot you in the back. Oh, jeez. And now I got hussars to deal with. I'm gonna die to that. Yeah, I'm screwed. Oh. Oh, that was horrible. I'm gonna charge the units there. I think I'm pretty happy with this change, honestly. Because the map would have ended there, which doesn't feel right, does it? Because it feels like we're just fighting over the center here. It's not even that big. Like, I could imagine a map going even bigger, so... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Run. So here's an example of the enemy rallying from really far away with these guys. But they're just running. You can see they can't ever come back. But those guys are coming back. These guys also can't come back because, look, the dark blue bar, which is the unrecoverable morale, is so high that they can't get the bright blue bar over the threshold. So they can't come back, mostly. So it doesn't hurt the battles too much, I'd say. This guy can rally. There we go. I'm on my last leg, because I don't even think I can win it. I don't have much left to throw at them. I've got one musketeer in a good position. No cav. Damn, they do not take much damage in open order now with the new change, so I gotta just charge them out. Yeah, the AI actually had a positive KDR with its light infantry, which is rare to see. Alright, most of its units are now about to retreat. I can just probably break their artillery now. Nice. Yeah, would their morale sitting on the screen longer mean the battle would take longer? Not necessarily. For some units it would. But some of the guys who... some of the units who take a lot of damage can't come back no matter what. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and leave for the day and take a walk and think about this change. And I can't promise you guys, even if you're excited about it, I can't promise this will be in the actual finished release, okay? But what I can say is that I'll consider it, and I'm leaning toward including this. It's just a lot of work, but maybe it just depends. That took me a really long time today. Like, we finished one map, and I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Now, 2 hours of that was doing other shit. So it looks like it's probably 2 hours a map, and I've got 6 more to go. So it might be a 12-hour job. OH, I'll review the sheet now for you. Okay. I need to go and do what? I need to open up unit specialty sheet and take a look here. I think, OH, I'm going to keep this as a reference, but I can already tell that some of the text is so long that it's going to make the tooltip look bad. And if you were to redo it, it's going to take you too long. But I think I want you to keep it so I can use this for when I wouldn't race to finish the rest of it. You don't need to. But let's keep this, and when I do include the tooltips, likely post-release, I can utilize this. So I'm gonna leave for now, take a walk and think about it. And then we'll see what happens. Yeah. Okay.